Hello everyone, and welcome to part 3 of our sort of ongoing adventures in the world of Disco Elysium. I'm still not 100% sure that we're committing to a full playthrough, so there's an odd amount of apprehension about calling it episode 3. One of the things that has led to that is, if you saw the last episode, one of the things that I was talking about was my desire to really focus in and do a lot of this game because of how much I've been enjoying it, and the story is dense enough that I wanted to make sure that we weren't missing out on things. So I was thinking, oh, let's do a real focused playthrough. Let's really drill deep on this and make this our primary game. That was not quite a full week ago, because what happened between now and then is I actually kind of threw my back out a little bit, and it was very, very painful to sort of sit in the position that I would want to be here at the PC. So we wound up streaming nothing for several days in a row. Many thanks to everybody that sent well wishes during that time. It is on the mend, and I figured that we'd give a shot to Disco Elysium. With all of that said, this may wind up being somewhat shorter than our other episodes. If you're watching this in the future, you can look at the time code and see whether or not that's true. With that said, we're going to jump in and press continue. However, we're going to hit continue. So far, we have rolled back none of the terrible decisions or unlucky rolls that I've gotten. This may be an exception because my character, our character, has one particular task that he is supposed to be doing, which is getting a hanging dead body out of a tree. Every time I try to do that, my character vomits all over the ground and is unable to stomach it, up to and including our most recent attempt when we had an 83% chance of success and he instead evacuated the contents of his stomach all over his shoes again. Now, the game, I think, implied that we can give that another shot tomorrow in the game terms. So we're going to hit continue. And hello to More Than a Mia. Mia, actually on our way in, if you can take a look at this when we get in, we also tweaked the frame rate settings here in Disco Elysium to try to, when we're scrolling around and walking around, to try to get rid of what looked like a little bit of a judder. And I'm actually going to just walk around here to make sure that it looks okay for me. I guess that's okay. It's not quite as smooth as it was before, but it looks pretty good on stream. Mia, if you can confirm if the scrolling around looks okay on stream, having it look good on stream is the most important thing. Now, I cannot interact with this dead body. We have tried. Sorry, Kim.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eye.
Okay, so we're going to skip the dialogue there. So, the game implied that I have to wait until tomorrow, but the choice itself indicates that I can give it a shot after I put another point in endurance. And I don't want to put any more points in endurance. That's not the kind of character that we're not perfectly without judder, but it's minimal. Hello to chivalry. Well then why am I looking at judder if I can do it elsewhere? At issue, guys, is here's the options menu for Disco Elysium, and there's just not a lot to it. So I'll tell you what, since it looked a little bit, you know what, let's just let it ride. Let's just let it ride. Okay, so whoops, cancel, back to it. All right, so let's take a look at what else I can do here. Also, we've got some updates on the map. Acquire a copy of the city map. Okay, so we can't do that. So Timothy Laham, I have something to do with empathy, but I don't remember who Tommy is. See, this is why I didn't want to take multiple days off. I do not remember Timothy Laham. Let's take a quick look here. The mirror, the broken window. Well, I haven't added any new points to visual calculus. We'll circle back to this. Okay, so I can close the water lock on Wednesday. I believe today is Monday. The pissing competition, ask him about this after the initial inspection of the dead body is done. So I cannot do this because we have not inspected the body. Explore the whirling secret passages. Find a way into the secret passage. Well, I haven't looked at it recently. Let's go check out the secret passage. Oh, Borlak, thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you have a great sleep. I assume that Lady Borlak will be going to sleep as well, so I hope you both have a fantastic evening. You know what? I never talked to this man either. 17:33. What time is that in non-military time? Oh, I guess I can't have a chat with him. I gotta spend money to make money, he says. Oh, you know what? There was the woman upstairs. When I went to visit her earlier, the shower started running. I don't know if I'm supposed to knock more insistently. I don't particularly want to do that because it seems weird for my character who has done all sorts of awful things to be like harassing her.
A heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
So we can go and get the pry bar. We might be able to open this up with the pry bar. We do have a pry bar, access to a pry bar in Kim's car. We also have, I believe, in there a flashlight, and there's a third item that I constantly forget. Mia is clarifying 17:33 is 5:33. And the game every once in a while points out that we cannot, or we can sleep after 2100. All right, let's go see if she's available.
The door is closed.
Knock again.
Still no answer.
Okay. Am I supposed to bother this woman? Well, I'll tell you what, I just saved. Let's knock much harder.
Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. He doesn't like where this is going.
Okay, then I'm going to stop bothering this. Now, this door I cannot interact with, and I don't believe that at any point I have put more effort into visual calculus, unless I have a clothing item that will improve it. So let's take a quick look. This is good for electrochemistry, and this is good for physical instrument. I don't think I did anything that is good for... No. So let's just take a quick look at the window.
The window stands broken in its frame.
Yep.
Cold wind blows in.
Okay, so nothing left to do there. And this is sort of my concern. Okay, I don't know if we... Oh, Mia, did you do a shout out for Borlak? Yes, okay. Thank you for checking that because I wanted to make sure that the bot was up and running again, and it is. For our last couple episodes, the bot was being very argumentative. He was on strike. So we wanted to make sure that that was taken care of. So we can also see through the window here that there's like a dining hall, but the door is closed. And I think that opens up when some other fellows are around. We do have options to spend time, but I feel like there's more people to talk to or areas to explore. Episode 3 here might be the first time that I attempt things and then reload, because I have been... Yeah, like, do you think there's any point in ringing up any of these people? I haven't done it because I didn't feel like there was a purpose, but maybe we should.
A call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
All right, let's call up the main hall.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
I don't want to impersonate Kuno. Why on earth would I ever want anyone to mistake me for him? I don't like this of the police. Sorry, I was just trying random doorbells. I didn't have anything important. Okay, I am going to say that I am the police because I do have a question. There's a dead body right outside your building.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were...
There's a spot of static that overrides her words.
But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
All right. I wouldn't get any trouble for that, so let's call some of these other folks.
You ring the doorbell, but no one answers.
Also, that was Andrew Orlando Hair SCA.
What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair.
Hello to He Who Dies, who asks, what is this game? Oh, and hello to Halcyon Gecko. Oh, wait, somebody raided. Oh, He Who raided. Ryu, thank you so much for the raid. I don't see any disco. Yes, Disco Elysium has very, very little disco, but to answer your question, He-Who, Disco Elysium is an semi-open world detective RPG. We are this fellow here. Oh, I can't... Where's my cursor? Where is my cursor? Oh, there it is. It's getting lost in the snow. So our character is this fellow right here in the green jacket, yellow gloves, yellowish pants, and bright green shoes. So I guess that's the disco to it. And at the moment, we're at a little bit of an impasse. We've got a dead body in a tree, but our character keeps throwing up when we try to get it down. So I'm kind of fishing for additional witnesses to pass the time until I can get my wits about me. But thank you very much for the raid. And hello to Brian. Let's see. Artemitep's boxing for young athletes in gym.
All you hear is static, but no one answers the call.
Okay, let's call the 24-hour window.
You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens.
I'm not expecting a lot from any of these. How about Emma's fashion atelier?
You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
I'm betting that none of these things are going to produce a result until we have a reason to be talking to anyone here. But let's try Fabrin's taxi.
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore.
Okay, and I'm slightly concerned. First of all, Halcyon, thank you very much for the follow. Secondly, did the bot not mention... Oh, no, there it is. Halcyon, thank you very much for the follow. And Hihu, I hope that you're doing well. I hope that Shihu is doing well. Okay, Slipstream SCA. Just to prep everybody, I'm not expecting any of this, but this game has so far been very rewarding of experimentation.
You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything. You can almost hear them breathe.
Here's what I'm betting Slipstream SCA is. I think that they're listening for a response code, and I'm just going to hang up the call.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
Also, I have no idea what SCA stands for. It's probably like an LLC, but then again, like I know what an LLC is. I don't know what SCA is.
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident.
Fortress Accident. Oh, okay. How about Revachol Ice City?
Silence. No one answers the doorbell.
Okay, Main Hall Building B.
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you.
No one wants to talk to me. East Delta Pinball. Entrance from Building B.
Silence.
Okay,
No
and that's
one
everybody.
Answers your...
Okay, so it was worth a shot, and we chewed up a little bit of time. Now, as we were saying, it's going to be until about... Have I talked to this person? I don't think I looked at anything here. Is this a bookstore? All right. Oh, that's right. Okay, so quick pause. One of the things that's come up in the tooltips is that we can pass time more quickly if we have a book to read. It also wouldn't surprise me if you spend enough time reading a book if you can get a skill point towards a particular thing out of it, but that is a guess. Let's take a look at the selection here. This book has a rose, a pistol, and a half-naked dame on its cover. On the cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames. The book is titled The Man from Hyamdal and the Wildfire. Didn't we learn earlier that the Man from Heimdall is some sort of myth that's being appropriated by, like, racists of the environment? This world does not take place on our Earth, as far as we can tell. It's an alternate history. A book about pate. This book, you don't really understand what it's about, nor does it seem important. A book about, oh boy, Boyadiero culture. It promotes freedom and roaming upstream, which is in stars, so I assume that it's like the Oars talk in Star Control 2. A book about the future. The government reads your mind using radio technology. That's not so much a book as it is an accusation. Brian saying don't forget to save often. Actually, I've been priding myself. So the game does autosave. That's a very good point. If we take a look here, the game does autosave fairly frequently, about every half hour-ish. But yeah, I've been doing some autosave or quick saves like that as we go too.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. So our options are hello, hi, or I am the law. Hi.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
She stomps her feet to feel warmer. It's clearly a bookstore, Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
She literally says, I want you to ask me about books, and the first thing we can ask is, what is your name? Which is Annette.
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register, or organising the stock.
He who is going to go lurk and make some supper. He who, thank you again so much for the raid. And Queen Lobelia, hello to you. Gonna lurk while I have breakfast. We've got dinner on one side and breakfast on the other. Queen, I hope that you're also having a great day so far. It sounds like morning. Let's see. The girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
Okay, I'm gonna ask... She's clearly trying to entice people to go in.
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
So I do like asking if I can help in some way. I should have a word with the store owner. Maybe we should ask her how she feels about that first. I don't know enough about this culture to know if she's going to lose her job if people are going in and complaining on her behalf. I'm not going to pat her head. That's horrifying. I could help by brutally dismantling... Yeah, our character has some interesting communist leanings, which are just sort of like coming out of nowhere. It's not particularly well set up. Yes, Queen says that that they're doing very well. Queen, the name indicates that I might, is should I say she or they, or what's your preference? As we go, you're cold. Can I help in some way?
Kind of you to offer, sir.
She doesn't know what else to say.
What could you do to help her anyway?
So we can have a word with the store owner. I'm not patting her head. Let's prepare. Like this is me saying, can I have a word with the store owner?
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers.
Is her mom?
Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Vacuum bottle? That's not a phrase. I guess that means thermos. She stands upright and smiles like a little soldier. So sometimes there's a little bit of color commentary that I don't read, and then other times I will, depending on whether or not it seems relevant. Okay, this seems a little bit familiar. I'm going to skip the shouldn't you be at school. Let's ask about her actual job, which is what she wanted to be asked about. What's this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
So we have the option to clarify, no, I want to know what crime is. What is crime? Why would anybody want to read about crime? Well, I like to read about crime. Okay, get it. Crime, murder gets the people going. I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask her why anybody would want to read about crime, even though I feel like I know the answer.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
She examines you as if to find something policeman-like. Okay, this is a weird thing to say to a total stranger and also a young child. Okay, then maybe I'm not a policeman, or should stop being one. I'm gonna go with, well, what does a cop look like then? Because I'm curious. I feel like that's more engaging.
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Hello to Drienne, who cannot hear the stream, but me, if you can just let her know that we are waving right back. She, meaning Annette, points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. No one actually looks like this guy in the picture. That's just a stupid fantasy of a man. It's not your body that's important in police work anyway. It's your point to your head. Wow, look at that guy. I'll never be as good as Mullen. So is this fun or self-effacing? Because fun, I want to be. I don't want to be like, I don't know, sullen to this stranger. I'm going to go with number 3. It's your mind work.
Head. Yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
Oh, Drama's very upset that they're not being considered as part of the possibility. So our options are flexibility. There are millions of different people out there, and you have to get into their heads. Sometimes you gotta be the killer to catch the killer.
Isn't that very dangerous?
She examines the picture of Dick Mullen. And I'm gonna say, policemen live and breathe danger, little girl. I don't like that part. Mullen obviously lacks the chameleonic skill.
Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you.
Ooh, we won her over in a weirdly dismissive way.
Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
So I got a 42% chance to say, okay, I'm going to deduce something right now. Let's give it a shot.
You fail to deduce anything substantial. She waits intently.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the very first thing. I deduce that you are a girl. Let's see. I'm a detective. I deduce that you are very small. Actually, I'm sorry. Let's not. These two things seem. I don't know. Let's just go with I can't deduce anything.
It's okay, sir.
A small disappointment rolls over her, but she promptly gets over it and says, "It's okay,
You
sir."
disappointed a small child. Well done, champ.
So we lost a morale point. We can see that down here at the bottom left for anybody who's joining us for the first time. Okay, what is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
She smiles at the thought, perhaps imagining herself in that situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about a poor man getting a rich lady? What about when both the men are bad? What happens when what happens when everyone is poor? What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all? That's enough romance for me. These are awfully I don't know, confrontational questions, I feel like. How about the poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
All right. What about if both the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
Well, what if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
I should kind of like the sound of that story. And what about if everyone is poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Well, write what you know. Sometimes you have to write about real life things. I'm not telling her poor people are boring. I don't think anybody in this conversation is like going home to sleep on their pallet of money.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
So one of our options, and remember that our character apparently has an ex-wife, it was specifically said at the very beginning. Yeah, you think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup? I'm not going to say that to her. I'm going to say, maybe I will ask your mom.
I'm sure she can help out. Anything else you're curious about?
I feel like we've already disappointed her enough. It's, maybe we shouldn't dump all our emotional baggage out in front of her and ask her to repack it for us. That's enough romance for me, but
Maybe
I do
some
have
about
other
other
questions. How about famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
It stopped snowing. She scratches her cold, reddened cheek, then continues.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Okay, we can say that to her. Reading those doesn't make the readers more famous, does it?
But it does make the famous people more famous.
She smiles gleefully. Fame sounds delicious. Maybe somebody will write a book about me one day. My character is the sorry detective. He doesn't like that. Fame is for vain people. I have better things to do. These famous people sound like a bunch of dorks. Here's the thing. She likes the famous people. I don't feel great about this, but I like it better than the other two. Fame is for vain people. I have better things to do.
Okay, sir.
She stamps her feet, waiting for what comes next. Okay, well, at least we didn't offend her. Oh, hello to Smiley's Playhouse, who also hosted. Smiley, thank you so much. Just wanted to hop in and give a host. I'm hopping off because I'm going to play this, so no spoilers. No worries. Smiley, thank you so much for the host. All right, last but not least, shouldn't you be at school? I saved this for last because, again, we're being awfully pushy with this young salesperson.
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
So isn't school going to school more important than this? School is stupid. You're lucky not to be there. What is school anyway? Isn't going to school more important?
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
How's that going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
She looks over her shoulder.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up.
There.
You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
We should find out. Oh, but Drienne can't hear the stream. I want to ask Drienne if this is in any way similar to the bookstore that they managed. Cursed in what way? Hold on. I really like the fact that when she looks over her shoulder and murmurs that the house is cursed, one of the options is, good to hear it's going well. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. Let's ask about the curse.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
She's looking for the right word. Is it better to say nothing or to finish her thought if she's looking for the right word? Let's say nothing.
Well, they run out of money and have to stop doing business.
That sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this. Narrow your eyes and look through the creaking boards on the window. All right, let's do it.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook. For anybody that's joining us, oh, wow! Marquack, thank you so much for the cheer. Marquack just cheered 500 bits. Thank you so much. I was just saying that for anybody joining us, Kim is our partner. We don't actually know him very well, but we've come to recognize him as being somebody who's extremely dutiful and sort of goal-oriented, and he is taking notes in his notebook, which he has just done.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
Forrest, and hello to you, is saying, how are you feeling streaming this game? I've seen some people feel like this game is difficult to stream. I'm having a great time with it so far. I think that having so much more voice work than apparently was in the original release, that helps a lot, because I don't know that I would be nearly as good at chirping as Annette is doing her own voice work. So I think that having the full voice acting makes a big difference. That was added in a recent patch. How does the curse manifest itself?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about different types of books.
Kim, plasmic manifestations.
No such thing.
The lieutenant stands at your side, stern and serious. Now, Kim is currently playing the role that I would in a situation like this, where it's like, okay, can we not read the tarot cards like that? It just doesn't do it for me. But come on, Kim. Like, she believes in... Here's the thing. If she believes her family's business is cursed, then that's not a healthy or happy way to live. Like, we can help dispel that for her.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
She looks back and forth between the two of us. What do you know about the other failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
She looks a bit disappointed. If this is like a side case that we can take, we might be able to earn some money. I've only got $7 in my pocket. Okay, enough about the curse for now.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
Annette looks at your shaved, prickly chin. It distinctly contrasts with the oily mutton chops that surround it. Ugh. Oh, we got another point in composure with her. Let's see if we can deduce something again. I've only got a 60% chance, but let's do it.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Because she's cold. Also, why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks wary.
She knows where this is going.
Every time I deduce, people get hurt. That's not very true. Also, oh, and hello to Eastbourne. Yeah, Force, I'm not, like, all I can say is that I'm having a lot of fun talking through the game and sort of engaging with it. I'm not very good at solving mysteries so far, or even finding mysteries, but I'm really engaged by, like, getting to know people. So, what does my character think is happening? And also, why am I so bad at deducing and empathy when that's specifically how I've, like, built my character to be? I need to put more points into those things. It is true. This is actually true. You don't need to be worried. I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them.
Honest to God, I would just think it's because she's cold. Or is she hiding stigmata or something?
The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. A facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
Yeah, Eastbourne is saying that I love the world. Yeah, and I love the art style as well. We haven't gotten a chance to show off too much of it, but it's very painterly. It looks similar to the art style that's used in the Dishonored games, but even a little bit more abstracted. I don't know if abstract is the right word, but more brushstrokey. Okay, I'm not going to demand that she puts her hands up. It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
She shoots you a suspicious glance. There were a few other hints. It's super simple for a detective such as myself. Are we trying to impress her, though? This seems very braggadocious. Let's detective monk it. There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Her eyes flash with defiance. She is not impressed.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex.
Do I want to push it? Because I'm not sure that I can deduce this. Force says I might be getting paid a whole $1,000 more this summer for research than I thought. I'll take it. Hey, that would be very exciting. Best wishes on that. I hope that turns out. Oh, I can challenge her to do something about me. Well, keep in mind that this fellow down here at the bottom left, that's how I look. I'm not sure that I want to hear what she's going to do. Whatever she deduces about me is going to cost me another morale point, I'll tell you that. And if it's cutting enough, it might be a health point. I've only got 2 of those. Okay, God damn it. I wanted to do something more about the nails, but I don't think I'm going to succeed at the roll because I think it's going to be harder than the last one. Let's try it anyway.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Okay, it's not a roll. So what do we got? You're uptight because your mother and the pressure she's putting on you. That's possible. She seems to like her mom. She seems to admire her mom specifically. Rats have been nibbling on your fingers, child labor in dismal working conditions. She already said that she nibbles her own fingers. Chewed on nails means you're recycling your body material. It's an intense dedication to the way of business. There are no riches without personal sacrifice. Now, I don't think that that's remotely true, but I do think that it's how she wants to be interpreted. I think that she takes her job pretty seriously. So I'm going to say that last one.
Thank you, sir. I work hard.
She beams a smile. Either way, another ace detective by the #1 detective at town. I hope this entertained you. I feel like #1 is more playful as long as my character doesn't really mean it.
It was okay, sir.
She's still got a rebellious streak.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
Okay, composure wants me to, like Alfred Hitchcock here says, to do something about me. Look at the other option, by the way. This was a masterclass move. Whatever, kid. I don't need to prove myself to you. We are not saying that.
You're quite sober.
She snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
How do you know I'm usually not? Well, she might have seen you charging through the fence or whatever, I think it was actually a car. But our character is a huge jackass, for anybody that didn't know. I'm also sad and my head hurts. No, I'm going to ask her, how do you know I'm usually not? I want to see what she has to say.
Because you usually aren't.
Okay. Well, hey, kid, don't be like me. I am sad and my head hurts.
I'm sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
She looks you in the eye, a gleam of sympathy on her face.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar, somehow.
Also, Centrifugal Force is saying some leftover birthday cake sounds so good right now. Centrifugal Force is 25 and having her own birthday cake for dinner because who cares? Does anybody want some? I am willing to share. I would adore some birthday cake, but unfortunately I can only accept it in fax form. Do you have access to a mechanical fax machine? Because if so, I would love some cake.
There's something you're missing.
Oh dear. I'm usually missing something. What am I missing here? See, just so that everybody knows, I built this character specifically to be good at deduction and reason, and my suggestion here, which is not our top tier skill, but is only 60%. Still, we passed the last one. So, what are you missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Our character also has severe amnesia. So you know me. We've met before. That's plainly evident based on the fact that she knows that you drink all the time.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time.
She sways back and forth on her feet.
You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologizing to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong.
So this is not a question for chat. I am just wondering aloud. Have I been running around Is this dialogue because I'm the sorry detective? Because my character has been apologizing all day long for all the horrible shit that he's done. And also hello to Azaric. Quick hello. Hope your day is going well. It is going very, very well. So Force is going to fax over a cake emoji. That is fantastic. I just hope it's my favorite flavor, but I won't tell you which one. You have to deduce it. Roll 2 6-sided die. And we'll see how it comes out. Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
That's good. She looks at you intently. Thanks, I'm trying. See, I look like shit. That is factually true. However, saying it to her, again, seems like we're expecting her... We're prompting her to respond to the fact that I look like shit, which is going to put her in a very uncomfortable situation because I'm an adult and she is very young. So we're not going to say that. Thank you, I'm trying.
Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
The lieutenant slowly, ever so slowly, realizes something.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Party eyes?
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too.
Azric, thank you so much for the lurk. If I were to imagine, Azric might be jumping out to watch the State of Play presentation for Horizon 2. I'm specifically not watching that. I don't want to know anything about it until we have a chance to play it, but there is a big event that's happening. Alec Nax, hello to you! I hope that you're having a great... Gosh, we're almost into summertime now. I mean, look, it's almost June. I hope you're doing really, really well. And I hope school is wrapping up for you.
Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
Electrochemistry definitely knows how to have a good time. Does that mean I've been partaking in narcotics?
Oh, baby. That's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
So, I'll ask her why she didn't say, oh, hello again and indicate that she knew me, but I don't really want to put her on the spot.
I didn't know I had to do that.
She looks puzzled. Yeah, see, now I feel uncomfortable. I don't really like this detective deduction game anymore. No, I had a great time with it. Thanks, I've learned something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
All right, I hopefully we're leaving her feeling better and more entertained than when we came up to her. All right, see you, bye. Bye, Annette. All right. It just auto-saved. I'm going to throw down a quick save as well. Yeah, so starting now, anytime that I get points, I'm going to put it more into deduction, empathy, you know, those kinds of things that are good in conversation, suggestion, things like that. So we can go talk to her. I want to take a look around.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
And Patikin just raided over. Patikin and Tashir, hello to everybody that just raided over. Alec Nass also says school wraps up next week. Got a 1 terabyte drive along with some other stuff for my birthday. Happy birthday. Been installing games like crazy. My aunt is giving me a copy of Below Zero after school gets out. Alec Nass, congratulations. Mia just did a stream of Below Zero and it looks awesome. Hello to Ricardo. Hello to, Eastbourne is here. Psycho, before we go on, Psycho, I just wanted to note that I would dearly love to catch your Star Trek Online streams. I just saw on Twitter that you just finished up one of the major storylines. It's just that we are at opposite ends of the activity spectrum. Psycho 4136 tends to stream what is for me very, very late in the day after I'm asleep, and then I am often streaming, I think, during times that he is hopefully catching up on sleep, has a newborn, and I hope that that is going well. Psycho, it's great to see you here, and I hope that everything is going well. People really like this Hyundai guy.
Mountains of it. Heroic quantities of Hyundai. Roy's puny shirt is nothing compared to the real deal.
Wait, who's Roy? Shit, am I supposed to know who Roy is? Let's look through the display.
Rows and rows of Hyundai men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundai and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundai, Return to Hyundai. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundai and the Hyundai Man.
How many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Hyundai and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyundai and the false god. Man from Hyundai.
All right, I'm not going to listen to all these. Is that all?
Not even close. Man from Hyundai in hell.
Ooh, pain
Man
threshold.
from Hyundai and the forest of slaves. Man from Hyundai.
Okay, I can't continue to listen to this. I hope I don't lose any morale, but
burning.
let's do the pain
There's even
threshold.
the trial of death. Nothing of interest. Only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
Okay, well, I didn't lose a point. Nope, okay. So maybe if I upgrade my pain threshold, I'll be able to find a book that I care about. Oh, Mia's asking how... Oh, wait. If my parents let me between work and chores, I might actually stream Below Zero. Alec Nax, I hope that you will let us know if you do that. Also, Patikin finished Maneater. He actually got 100% completion in it. So, again, congratulations to him on that. Old sports magazines tucked away in a dark corner. And look upstairs as well.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Let's look through first.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag.
Hold on. Tashir's saying that his next stream title will be will be Man from Hyemdal. It will be so awesome, except that it'll be an in-joke that only people who are here right at this moment will get, and I will adore it. If true, that would be very fun.
Books in a board games section? Who wants to read books?
What? I'm sorry, but if you're playing board games and don't want to read, you need a different hobby, because every board game I've ever seen has some kind of, like, you know, rules. Maybe I'm not into all this binoclard stuff. I have forgotten if we know what binoclard means. Anything that really catches the eye?
There's a box that says Wirral 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real.
No, we're not buying it.
That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
All right, so I couldn't afford it and I don't particularly want it. Here's the thing. I bet that if we buy a book, we can get a skill point by reading it. That's my prediction. However, I need money to pay off a debt, so we're not spending that right now. Oh, and Alec Nash is saying that they're making fun of D&D. Oh, for sure. And one of the things that I wanted to, that occurred to me to say is that, you guys, fingers crossed and no guarantees, but it's possible that Mia's very first Dungeons & Dragons experience is a lot closer than we think. Not with me, but there's whispers out there that she might be doing her very first Dungeons & Dragons experience, and I really hope it's true. I would be so excited to see it. Sorkeith, what board games do you have here?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography.
I really like her accent. Also, this is, we would just say this is Pleasance, I think?
Raubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Oh, she clearly doesn't know me at all.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Inland Empire really hates my guts. Do I have friends? Well, the lieutenant is not my friend. I like him. I really do. He's not my friend. He absolutely does not consider himself my character's friends. I kind of feel like I don't want to think about this. I have children, a family. So we know we don't have a family. We have an ex-wife, which I guess is a type of family. Like it goes into the family category. I do not want to think about this.
Then don't.
Look at me, who'd want to have... I'm not saying this. I feel as if I don't have any kids. Yes, kids, friends, and chicks. I have all those. I have friends. I definitely have friends. I feel as though... I don't feel as if I have kids.
Friends are technically like family.
She fiddles with her pendant, thinking.
For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
That straight up sounds like a great game. And I cannot afford it. Okay, leave. So what about all these Wirral things? Also, it need not necessarily be Dungeons & Dragons, but any role-playing system or game system that has lots of supplement books. That's clearly what it's sort of building on.
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all.
Jesus Christ, Pleasance. Do you say that to your customers?
I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
So, as recently as yesterday, we were re-watching Mia's stream that she had done of pathologic, and in that stream she was repeatedly, not like when I say repeatedly it sounds like it's a bad thing, she was opining about the fact that she never played Dungeons and Dragons growing up, specifically because her mom thought that it would lead her into occult enthusiasm. So that's very funny. It all comes full circle. So I'm not buying any board games. I do want to talk to Pleasance. Also, I really regret that Drienne is not here. I want Drienne to look at this bookstore and say, like, thumbs up or thumbs down on bookstore representation. The book collects the national recipes of Arda. They're all about lake trout. Also, Alec Nax is saying that he might be streaming from his Xbox. I hope that goes well. And also, my question to Alec Nax is an Xbox One or one of the Xbox Series X, Series S? Because I feel like I'm now the only person in the world that doesn't know how to get one of those. They're not in stock anywhere, and yet everybody has them.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
I don't get the sense that she's hiding anything illegal. Eastbourne saying, this looks more like a random person with a lot of books that turned it into a makeshift store. Yeah, and that... Well, I don't know. This does seem a lot like a storefront. Like, with the way the door is angled and, like, the big open space here. I don't know. It feels a lot like a shop. And then, like, the, you know, the what am I saying? The countertop and everything was added. I'm not going to pull open the curtains, but let's examine the cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
Who are the Seminese?
Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south.
That is less illustrative than you might have thought. Or, descriptive? What's the word I'm looking for? Explanatory.
Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
So this goes back to what Annette had said about there being a curse. There's a back room here, and she might be doing something to try to, like, de-occultify the store, get rid of the curse. That's my guess. Tashir says, I'm currently streaming from the original Xbox big controller. Hey, I like that big controller. I know the Duke gets some misery, but I really liked it. And I slightly missed what Psycho had said. Let me just scroll back up. They're all owned by a robot storage center. Stop scrolling, stupid window. And being sold for $90,000 right now. Yeah, that's... I could now spend an hour complaining about scalpers. Let's ask her what's behind the curtains.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Is she trying to hypnotize me? She fiddles with her pendant. Ooh, I think she might be trying to do a spell herself.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
I'm going to ignore them for now. Let her think that her spell has worked. Let's go take a look at some of these other books. Oh, Force is streaming from the Sega Dreamcast. The Dreamcast really was a great console. Killed before its time.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books. Thrilling tales of spycraft and daring do.
Again, I want to look through it first.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends.
Also, how long it takes to get dead bodies out of trees when you can't keep your stomach down.
What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Absolutely. Also, I'm just gonna put this out there. This narrator is a role that I feel like Tashir would be ideal for. Like, Tashir deserves to do a lot more voice work than I believe he's doing at this time. Like, you guys, if you work in game development, you gotta go check out Tashir Games and listen to that man's timbre. He'd be very good at this same kind of narration.
You see, Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen.
Okay, it's
clock
just
tower.
titles.
The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen.
I don't think he dies.
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Okay, any more?
Yes. There's also The Dame Who Did It.
Okay, faking death is a
Farewell,
common
My
trope.
Mullen. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen.
Fake death.
Another one with fake death. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
You really can't figure it out? He's Dick Tracy. He's Cooper Lane. He's oh god, who did Picard like to hang out with? Flint Steele? What was that guy's name? Anyway, who is Dick Mullen? We're gonna roll. I'm not liking my odds.
Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of reach.
Okay, Storekeep, what's all this crime fiction?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Oh, that's all we get to say. Yeah, also, Aleknax, as I recall, you got a PlayStation 4 earlier in the year or last year. I hope you've been having as much fun with that as I've enjoyed our PS4. It's a tome of fascist magic. Rather candid. Why do you have that? A quaint picture book brochure, very colorful. I'm not sure what kind of standards I would set on the books that I would carry. Like, I don't know, a book about fascist magic seems like... I'm not sure that I'd want to bring in that particular clientele.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
All right, let's look through the shelf. Also, Tashir is correctly identifying the Picard detective as Earl Grey. Yeah, unusual name for like a 1920s detective, but it really caught the lady's eyes. I'm quite confident that's it.
Amidst the various books, you
Dixon
find
Hill.
one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind.
Wholeness, unity, and balance to the working class mind. Okay, I'll take your word for it, Rhetoric.
The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
Thank you very, very much for the subscription to Riker's Sweet Beard. I think all the Star Trek talk got us a subscription. Thank you very much. Now, to use lemon or milk with Earl Grey is the real question. Oh gosh, unfortunately, I'm not the person to ask. It's like when I say that I don't like tea, it's not a point of pride. I would love to enjoy tea. literally triggers a gag reflex for me. I'm so disappointed that I don't get to enjoy tea the way that everybody else does, but I just can't. Give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. So a world much like our own. How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
I'm not sure that's how, like, diverticulitis works. Does the book say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And
that's a highly specific chapter.
There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
For once, Inland Empire and I are on the same note. All joking aside, the idea that a book like this is telling people how to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases based on all the other falderall that's in here, that is dangerous. Like, that would lead someone to believe that they can safely have intercourse when, in fact, they'd just be spreading their infection, because it's going to tell them to just smear their genitals with magnesium or whatever. Like, that's... I have a real problem with fake medicine. Oh, look at this. For some reason, I have a 92% chance to find something truly otherworldly.
You sense something ominous emanating from the shelf, but it lacks form and substance. And soon enough, you lose track of it.
I had a 92% chance of success, and I failed. This is going to be the best playthrough ever.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free.
That wisdom is not for free. Where do you think that she got her spell necklace from, I wonder?
I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh, no.
Okay, that's all she has to say. Also, I don't know if she's still around, but I want to just double down on telling Force that I'm looking forward to her exploration of the newest Anno 1800 DLC. Another boring book just discarded here.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
So I actually need a map. We determined that just at the beginning of this stream.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor. Even the whirling in rags there.
So that's the one that I think I want to buy, but let's look at the other maps as well.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
And west of the river?
Houdon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
And Martinez?
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
All right, one more map to take a look at. Just quick spoiler alert, geography, like fake, like real geography is tough enough for me. Fake geography rolls off me like water. I'm not going to remember any of this. I know just enough that we are in Martinez in the general region of Revachol, and I think Insolinde is the continent or the country that we're in, give or take.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme.
What else?
Ozon, Laurentide, Fas à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands. All just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
No one makes me feel worse than Inland Empire. Also, for anybody that's joining us in progress, these are aspects of my mind. Visual calculus in Inland Empire, fortitude, some of the other things that we've seen coming up. So your mind speaks to you and communicates information or impressions or ideas. And Inland Empire seems to be a source of deep self-loathing, self-doubt, uncertainty, low self-esteem, and occasionally just calls me a dust mite standing on the north coast of Caillou. Can you see cities on the islands?
You can. On Caillou, Revachol, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu. On archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai. Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history.
Let's look at the edges. Also, the topic of like the medium has come up. If we find ourselves walking for a bit, I'd love to like just share some thoughts. But Mia has some good experience with that game right now, the medium, and can answer questions much better than even I can.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called.
I don't know why I said better than even I can. I only know what I've seen from Mia, but yeah, we spent a lot of time just troubleshooting that game to get it to run well. It does run well now, but boy, does that game weigh your system down.
Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there.
Aleknax is taking off. Aleknax, thanks so much for stopping by. I hope you continue to do well, and have a great evening.
You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away.
So this is neat. I think this is the first failure that we've seen come up in dialogue. My encyclopedia and, the other things, I think almost invariably have said success, to the point where I assumed that if we failed, it just didn't say anything at all. So that's an interesting new development.
Perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust.
All right, I want to buy the Martinez map.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, You could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
I'm going to ask why it's so cheap. I think it's because it's not particularly descriptive. They said it was like a tourist map.
That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
So for 90 cents, I'm just going to buy it. Maybe if my skill was high enough, but then again, we've seen me, fail in 90% roll. So I'm just going to buy it for 90 cents.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Tashir is taking off. Today's headache kicked in. Tashir, I hope that you feel better soon, and best hopes on the new glasses. And hopefully we will see you tomorrow for the big conclusion of BioShock Infinite. Also, Mia, please do not go to Tashir's BioShock Infinite stream, because I really, really hope that you play that someday. And it's a great and very impactful game from start to finish, so almost anything would be a spoilery. But for everybody else in the world, I hope that you go check out Tashir Games tomorrow for some more BioShock. Okay, so hold on, we've got a map. And I wanted to look at it. Now we've got this. So we have a sense of the world. I don't know where I am. Oh, yep, I do. Look, there's the statue. So here's the whirling in rags, I assume. And we are at the book. Yeah, look, we're right in this building right here. You can see my mouse. Okay, so we got a sense for the lay of the land. Yep, okay. And now we can see on the map where things are. Cool. Okay. Now, we have done a lot of oh, wait. Hold on. Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their magic. Okay. Yep, as Patikin says, Mia Shock Infinite. Yesterday I called Mia's stream Subnauta Mia, but then today I saw other people calling it Mia Nautica, which I actually like better.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
Oh, it's not Pleasance? Plaisance? Okay, the clerk extends a greeting.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
So, before we go on, you seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? I feel like there won't be... I feel there won't be an opportune moment to ask later. You know what? Why not?
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavor.
She gives you a disapproving look.
One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
Although, how did she know that I'm a police officer? I don't feel like that's come up so far in conversation. It would forge ties between us working people, good practice for fighting our common enemies. You misunderstand me. I'm a powerful feudal lord. I demand tribute. This is about traditions. You're right. What kind of a business relationship would that kickstart? Or, excuse me, I don't know why I said that. A lapse of professionalism that does not represent my values. This woman is not going to accept my communist bent. No way. So, I don't know why I said that, a lapse of professionalism. Yeah.
Oh my, of course. What a man.
Oh boy, how many times have I heard that phrase in exactly that tone of voice? So are you the owner of this store?
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Her voice, high-pitched, sounds familiar. You've talked to her before through the doorbell.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
What if I want to buy a book? The girl outside mentioned this place is cursed. I do want to ask her about that. Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right? Well, that seems like the most conversational option.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
She super was.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
Thank you, empathy. I've kind of figured that one out myself. Very polite and helpful. Some interest, not impressed. I'm not going to grade a human being. I don't do that. Yeah, see, again, that's cool for my character, but this woman has extremely, like, we got to give her daughter a 10.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
She's immensely satisfied with the answer. The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong. Oh, that's really going to get our business relationship off to a great start. A few notes on your parenting, madam. She's a great value add. I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor. All this pressure has made her really anxious. You know she's been chewing her nails. Do I want to say that? So here's my concern. A, it's true, and it might, like, she can't course correct her behavior as a parent if she doesn't know that it's having a detrimental effect. B, if she thinks Annette complained to me and showed me her bitten nails by choice, that could be bad for Annette. But if I don't say this, like, I learned a while ago, I can't, like, spend my life in video games making choices out of fear. It doesn't work out. So we're going to say all this pressure has made her really anxious. Do you know that she's been chewing her nails?
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life.
Her voice is firm.
A part of hers, too, clearly.
Well, it is none of our business, but we brought it up and we're kind of into it now. I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Brian is taking off. Brian, congratulations again on finishing Control, and I hope you have a great evening.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
Kim Kitsuragi coming into the rescue. What you're doing is wrong. Even I know that, and I usually don't know anything. That is true, and obviously the will of the market, but maybe you can make an exception for your daughter. Actually, it's super alright for kids to chew their hands off. Forget I said. We're not saying that. I'll tell you what. I'm going to say that is obviously the will of the market, but maybe you can make an exception for your own daughter.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there.
Holy shit.
There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
Holy shit, we helped a girl!
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
Wait, what? Both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette. Her husband and her mother. Her, like, what Pleasance's mother treats her the way that Placence treats Annette. That's an oddly constructed sentence, but I get it. What my mother called a dull mind. Okay. You're like Annette to your husband and your mother. Okay, yeah, let's say what empathy said. I'm so happy that we did something cool. I don't know why I only got 5 experience points. This seems like a big deal.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
She shakes her head.
My husband is completely different, of course.
Is this husband Annette's father? Is she an only child? She told me she doesn't go to school anymore. How far can we push the "you're not a very good parent"? Okay, of the three, I think the school is the most important part.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course.
Placence nods.
I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
Is this husband Annette's father? And I just want to note, whether or not the husband is Annette's father does not make him more or less capable of being a good parent. But it's something that we can follow up on.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Also, thank you very much for the follow to Fat Drunk Yoda. Very much appreciated. What is Grand Couronne?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
Her smile is wide. And your husband's also involved with the bookstore?
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly so.
Now, I feel very strongly that Annette is an only child. She hasn't mentioned any siblings, nor has Pleasance, but let's ask.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Of course, yes, this economy. Okay, wait. Asking why not, like... Yeah, if you're not doing well on money, it's probably not the best time to have, like, a lot of kids. So, yes, of course, this economy.
Exactly.
She agrees wholeheartedly. All right, I had something else in mind.
The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally, she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Also, look at her. She's up here now, top left. What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go. Get back there. The books await you.
She's fiddling with her pendant and waving her bony fingers directly at me. What types of books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
All right, I'll take another look.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
See you later. Okay, let's throw down a quick save there. I want to talk to Annette again. Hopefully she's happy to be inside.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
What are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess.
Probably. She looks in her notebook with trepidation.
Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
She gives you a hat, almost exactly like the one Dick Mullen wears on the covers. Oh god, a fedora. Gonna have to spend the... Every dialogue option now is gonna start with "Milady." Where did you get it?
Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there.
It's a fedora?
Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that.
I'm definitely wearing it. Look how happy she is. She grins with joy.
Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
She looks back at the infernal scribblings under her nose. See you around, Annette. Hey, look, if we did nothing else today, we helped that little girl not have to stand outside in the snow. So I am gonna quick save it again. And we gotta put on that hat. Okay, +1 encyclopedia. Bum, 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 bum. Dick Mullen. So, the only other thing that there is to do is to fiddle with this curtain. The thing is, I don't have any particular reason to barge back there, but also I'm not sure what else to do. Like, should I push back here? Oh, wait, you know what we never got to ask her? About the curse. I think I talked about every other thing.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime.
Okay, I don't think that I can talk to her about the curse anymore. Oh, that's right. I, like, left it alone for now, and now I can't raise it at all.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Screw it. Pull open the curtains.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand closed around the pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're dumb if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Okay, so now we can ask about the curse. Is this about the curse? That's why you're afraid. I'm a police officer. I need to get in there. I don't know why I need to get in there. I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold. I don't care. You can't stop me. Let's ask about the curse.
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees. I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
Oh boy. So what I'm running up against is that I really dislike the image of a law enforcement officer who decides that their role as a law enforcement officer just gives them like the right to do whatever they want because it's just instantly moral. Just the presence of a badge means that they can do no wrong. I feel like that's a really dangerous way to think. At the same time, like they think there's a curse here, and I think that my character can assist them with that. I'm a police officer and I need to get in there. Like, this is not something that I would ever support in real life, is what I'm saying.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
Oh boy. She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I am sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
I need to investigate.
You do? My God. Even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
I don't know if I want to push back there. I really don't. Screw it. I'm just going to open them.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say.
I was just... Here's the thing. If we go talk to her, then we can come back and open the curtains. Unless she tries to, like, butcher knife me, and then we can deal with that. Hello to Blobbity-Blah.
There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Ignore the curtains for now. Hold on, let's go have a chat. Listen to the music.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Why are you so uptight about those curtains? I just want to know what's on the other side.
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
If it's just a storage room, then why does it have a Seminese ward protecting it? Yeah, see, that's a good question.
It's just for decoration.
She wavers under your gauge, mouth pressed into a tight-lipped smile. Then something breaks.
Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
She closes her eyes and starts mumbling something to her pendant.
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains. Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
See, I want to ask all of these things. Have you sought help from anyone? Why don't you just tell me right away it's the curse? She's probably embarrassed or self-conscious about the fact that if she really thinks it's a curse, people are going to think she's nuts, and I don't actually know enough about the world to know if a curse might exist. How does the curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
A shiver runs through the woman, and as she looks around the dimly lit store.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
She peers at the curtains again.
Didn't that curtain just move?
So I'm going to say Annette mentioned that the previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles. My concern is that is ratting out Annette, that she's telling people outside that the place is cursed. Do I want to say that then? Because that feels like I'm getting Annette in trouble. I don't want to tattle on her. Snitches get no discounts. Wait, what's up here? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm a little confused. What does that mean?
Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy, and their malicious spirits are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Strange. I feel unwanted too. What does it mean? Wait, should I say that? Because my other option is to don't mention it. No, you know what? We have to establish an emotional bond with this woman so that she'll let us back there and we can try to solve this problem. So I feel unwanted too. What does it mean?
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Her eyes narrow as she tries to get a read on your energy. Would you like me to take the case? I could investigate and see if the clue that we're going to say this, but let's ask her a few more questions. Why didn't you tell me right away it's the curse?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
So I like void wraiths, but I also like blah 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 saying the presence of dead businesses shivers. Yeah, I like the fact that we're apparently in a world where you don't have to be a human being that dies and leaves behind a malicious spirit. You can be a business that goes under and leaves behind the spirit of failed capital venture.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Yeah, I like that, void wraiths. Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
She nods at the strange cage-like trinket on the curtains.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear, it's not enough.
All right, tip your fedora. It's time. Let me see if the curse is real.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A paradetective.
92%. Oh, I want this so much. Convince her to let you investigate the domed commercial area. Come on, no whammies.
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
I don't know what perfidy is, but I'm so excited. Wait, I do want to lie. Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
Hey, with this fedora lie, I sense the psychic emanations from afar. The sleeper beyond calls out. I've returned from the void, a paradetective from a long line of paradetectives. I like the sleeper beyond.
I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but...
Hey, lady, you'd drink too if you saw dead people.
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
Mia is saying perfidy is defined by the quality or state of being faithless or disloyal. Treachery. Thank you for looking that up.
Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
I admit I've had my share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is parapsychology. That's exactly what I just said. Yes. Oh, I'm the best charlatan. Drink the spirits in order to contact the void. Ooh, that's good too. But I like the I have to drink to deal with the horrors of the paranatural world.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
Your wards brought me here in the first place. Semini's blood also runs through me. I'm the void revenant. I have the powers to de-bad. No, that's stupid. De-bad all the bad energies. That's gonna tip my hand. The Semini's blood also runs through me.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. The hand of fate guides us. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
No, we're not drawing Kim into our deception. Kim is very pointedly not being involved in this, so no problem whatsoever. Your family is safe. The phantoms are no match for me.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
Oh, I can just immediately back out. No, on my honor.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Ooh.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Thank God I'm good at drama. Of course, the entity. I have sensed his presence.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
The passage between heaven and hell, of course.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there.
Wait. Okay. Metal security curtains in the central furnace. So it's not like a human being chimney.
Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it.
This is so exciting.
Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
So I'm going to... I don't think that I do have any more questions about the curse, but...
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
I do have one. Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
I guarantee that if we turn that over, it has a small, made in Seminese stamp on it.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
Thank you, Rhetoric. Okay, so that's everything.
The woman looks aloof. Her features much.
Okay, hold on. We got a case. Oh, and I really look dressed for the part now. Okay, I'm gonna actually lay down a real save. Can I name these saves at all? I don't think I can. Yeah, okay. All right. It's time for Dick Mullen and the case of the mysterious cursed curtain.
Blocking the way to another room. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
She tries her best to look away, her round face buried in her hands. So if it's dark back here, should I go get the flashlight? I think I'm going to go get the flashlight, just in case. Because the entity might not be paying the electrical bill back here. Let's see, what are we in here? People say the commercial building on the plaza is cursed. No business will ever thrive there without going bankrupt. You promised Plaisance you'll look into it. Enter the sealed door behind the bookstore and find out what happened to the companies there. Search for the malignant entity. Pleasant says she lives inside the chimney. Find a way in. Okay, hold on. So, I'll tell you what. I don't know that we need the flashlight. We might need like the pry bar or something. Let's see what we find back here. I'll tell you what we need. We need Patikin with his auto shotgun. He knows how to deal with sad women. Ghostly silhouettes of hairdressers. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. Merely looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. Wow, my character is really insecure. Also, that note about Patikin was our Left 4 Dead streams.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Break down the door. No, thank you. Hey, we got the key. Let's just go back there.
After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Open the door and enter. No, I'm brave enough. We don't need Kim to go take point. Also, for blah blah blah, like Papalotko was visiting Patikin's stream, I think? Yeah, Patikin's stream. And it was just really good to hang out with her. Oh, wait, look. Kim has something to say.
What is this place?
The lieutenant stares at the dusty training equipment. An adventure, the netherworld, looks like a gym. I think it may be the Artemitep's boxing club for young athletes. Sure, yeah, I mean, we looked down the whole list. The whole list of the boxes outside. The call box is the word I'm thinking of.
I think you're right, though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. We should find a flashlight if we want to go on. There should be one in my kinema.
God damn it, I knew I shouldn't have gotten the flashlight.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a ray of streetlight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark.
Excuse me, I think you meant ghost orbs.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Do I want to say this? Yeah. What if there's a reason why no one's been here for ages?
Yes, because it's closed.
Oh, Kim, let's make out.
No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now, let's go get the flashlight, shall we?
I like Kim so much. Also, Mia really wants to play Phasmo. Yeah, we really should do that again. I still have it installed. Sand is dripping from a punching bag. I'm going to look at what we can see, and then we'll go get the flashlight. The poster says Citrus, Fortis, the rest is worn off. Ooh, hold on. Worn out wall bars, they look unsafe. Smells like leather and sweat. And then we also have some dumbbells that or barbells? Barbell.
The barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
No way. I'm not going to try to do this. Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter? Well, sir, you've got an 8% chance of success, so that is unlikely. Also, I noticed the collars. I don't know what collars means in this particular. I'm probably like really exposing myself as not doing a lot of weightlifting in gyms, but I do not know what a collar is in this particular. Collars. Oh, are those the things that go on the end to hold the weights on? I bet that's what it is. Because look, you can't see them there. So if I pick it up, if it's not perfectly balanced, it'll like slide off on one side. Yeah, that would be really dangerous. Look, Kim, it's a trap. There's no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
Haha, I got it right. That's logic. What kind of bastard would just remove the collars? It should be a felony. Actually, I don't really care about safety hazards. No, it should be. That's dangerous.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
So I'm going to ask if it's because I'm a weightlifter. I'm clearly not.
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory from another life, when you were young and fit.
Okay, definitely not, so we're gonna leave. Okay, so we learned that my character, I think, used to be a wrestler, but let's go... Ooh, hold on. There's like a medicine ball or something down here. What is this? Shot put ball. Okay, is this something I can sell? Because it's worth $4.50. A ball used for playing shot put, a favorite pastime of elderly gentlemen. Is it really? You feel like you should hold on to this and make good use out of it. To sell such a beautiful old school sports equipment would be a sin. Okay, so I don't want to sell it. That is slightly disappointing because $4 is like... It would increase my current savings by 70%. Mia is confirming the collars are the things that keep the weights in place. All right, so let's go get the phrasing flashlight. I am so excited that we get to solve the mystery of the cursed curtain. Let's see. This thing is down here. And we've still got some time. Like, I can't go to sleep until, let's see if we can wrap this case up in 90 minutes.
Steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right, toolbox.
A metallic drawer.
Flashlight.
It's robust, weatherproof, and well made. Police issue. Blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
Thank you, Perception. Oh, actually, I can take out all of them. I sort of thought it was a one and done. I'll tell you what, can I take out the chain cutters?
The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand.
And the pry bar.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand. Heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The pull-out toolbox slides back.
Okay, for no particular reason, blah 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 is deducing that Mia is a weightlifter. Mia is very, very fit, we'll say that. Look, there's lines, things to look at. So, let's do that. We'll head inside. What I was about to say is that for no particular reason, I assumed that you could only take one of the tools out of the car at a time. So that's why I didn't take them before. I was like, well, I'll figure out what I need when I need it, and we'll go back for it. But now, can we put the flashlight into... There we go. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look, he shines the light where you put the mouse. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, it's just like, Until Dawn, or like, Little Hope, where you can control where the flashlight goes. That is super neat. Oh, that's so cool. Now I'm looking for anything else that, like, it seems kind of bright in here, but it did say, like, it'll let you see things that you might have missed. So I just want to, like, take a look around this area. I just thought it was going to be like, you know, just like he's holding it in his hand and maybe there's a little graphical effect. I didn't expect it to have interactivity. Let's save it real quick. I don't want to spook anybody coming upstairs. The hallway is blocked by old window panes and debris. Looks like the remains of the 24-hour window repair shop. I call it 24 hours. It's 24H. Maybe I'm making some assumptions. Maybe it's 24 heralds. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. Look at the shadows, too. A large demijohn full of strange liquid. I do not know what a demijohn is. It looks like one of those, like not an urn, like a jug, like a big ceramic jug. Airship rotors covered in spider webs. They remind you of blades. Oh, listen to that. A naked mannequin torso, a strange yellow cover. Color. Blue velvet, soft to the touch, and moth-bitten. Is this Emma's atelier? Oh, the business, not Emma the person. There's all sorts of stuff to look at in here. Yes, please. Abandoned money. Blah, blah, blah is confirming that Demijohn is a large jug. Look at this. Wow, we have $11 now. I'm so glad that our viewers have a better vocabulary than I do.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
Says the lieutenant, watching you circle around the machine. He sounds surprised and a bit cautious. Let's ask him what he thinks.
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Let me step away until we take a look, because if there's a person lurking back here and I turn this on, it might make sound and draw them out. So let's look around first, but put a pin in this. We're going to come back and interact with the mainframe. Scribbles across a notebook, developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. Oops. I didn't expect that door to open and take us to a new environment. Hold on, wait. I want to go back. I don't want to look at this area yet. And blah, blah, blah is saying that people keep, in where he lives, which I think is Slovakia, yes? People keep homemade alcohol. Yeah, same here. Like, Mia did a moonshining mission in one of the games that she's playing, and now I know that the jugs they were kept in were, called demijohns.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
Very pedantic. How do I know what Keldron mosaic tiles are supposed to look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
So what am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
What do we think the radio frequencies are for?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
So we're dealing with something medical here. That doesn't make any sense. It must be an elaborate piece of art. Also doesn't make any sense. So we're gonna go with the anatomy of the curse? It looks like cardiovascular, like split into veins and capillaries. That's not how you do medicine with notations on radio frequencies.
Perhaps. The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Ooh, this is ominous. If it's a game, then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
The lieutenant leans closer, his finger tracking the maddening rhizome. Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
This feels a little autobiographical on the part of the developers of this game, except they got this game out the door, and I'm very much seeing why people enjoy it so much. What else? Oh, wait. He nods at the calendar on the chalkboard, wiping his marker-stained fingers clean. I'm going to say, what else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
See, I assumed that I failed a check right there. Some sort of perception or knowledge check, so it just brought up nothing. Okay, so what have we learned so far? There's a mainframe right here. I bet it wants to make use of those frequencies that we just saw, and they were developing a game that apparently would have players on multiple different continents all interacting with one another. That's my guess based on what we've seen so far.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
All right, let's work our way down. Drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
How so?
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures.
I really like how like matter-of-fact Kim is on everything. Well, someone would spend so much time on this because they're developing the lore of their game, I would assume. Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? I have so many questions. One of them is a Welkin supremacist. This has been educational. Let's move on from the Welkins. Let's start with one of them is a Welkin supremacist, which feels pertinent to the world that we're living in. Not because Welkins are real, but because species supremacist or racial supremacy is something that people have already talked about in this world.
Mm-hmm. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
The lieutenant nods at the Welkin's facial hair. So we will ask why anyone would spend so much time on this.
Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Again, very autobiographical, I feel like. Who are these creatures? They're clearly not real.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
It has been educational, though. Let's move on from the Welkins.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Well, because they cared. Sorry. Okay, look at these photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world.
There's nothing electrochemistry cannot turn into narcotics.
A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Let's inspect the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Mini-Me stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
The lieutenant looks at the frigid ice field of nothingness.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Production schedule filament. Inspect the notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, Tune out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe.
So call in, tune out seems relevant because it looks like we have a mainframe and some radio frequencies. Call in and tune out. Wirral Untethered, I have to assume, might be the name of the game, and then Heat Death of the Universe.
The full text reads, "Heat Death of the Universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
All right, I'm going to lay down a quick save because we've learned a lot here. Oh, is there a staircase up? Can we go here? We can. I don't think that we want to go here, but I want to look around. Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. Oh, somebody just got in. Yep. Yeah, they went outside, they came in, now the snow is still melting. The floorboards creak. Shit, so somebody heard me come in here. Oh, postcard? Let's just take a quick look. I bet it's a sellable. Also, I have to assume that the shot put ball, we're either going to have to throw that at somebody's head or sell it for cash. All right, so let's look at this security shutter.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives.
Let's leave. If there's one thing that we know about the entity, it's that it doesn't want to interact with us. So I feel like knocking on the security shutter. Do they know we're here? Yes, because the floorboards creak. But that doesn't mean that we need to try to have that interaction now when there's so much left to learn. Skis with slipstream printed on the laminated top layer. Skis? Yeah, like cross-country skis. Laminated on the top layer. Okay. Steel rotor blades bearing a slipstream logo. We got like a Rubik's Cube. Production schedule filament memory. Okay, maybe we feed this into the mainframe to read it. This is the production schedule that we were told to go look for. The cube-like crisscrosses of filaments feels oddly fragile in your hands. Its intricate structure covered in dust. Silver tape on the side reads, production schedule. Note, this filament contains information that can be read using a radio computer. Yep, okay, so we know what to do with that. Also, the postcard reads, the sunlight has made this postcard almost completely sepia-toned. Midtown traffic passes. Overhead, the ghosts of skyscrapers disappear into a beige midday mist, vapor rising from the delta on which the district was built. The postcard is prepaid. I bet we can sell that for $1. Well, probably a fraction of $1. Anything else in here? You guys, it's episode 3 and we finally are on a case. I'm so excited. Okay, so unless there was a branch back here, I feel like this is the only way to go. We can go downstairs. We can go knock on the shutter. Obviously, we're going to go over to the radio computer now. And if this is still juddery to walk around, I apologize. We will continue to try to amend that for the future. And on a quick save.
The dusty radio computer sleeps on its wired frame, forgotten and unused.
Turn it on.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber. revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Let's look inside. We're going to have to put the filament in, but...
It's empty, like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
All right. Oh, wait, there was paper like that had been left dangling. Did we ever read that? I don't feel like we did. Oh, also, I do have my interfacing gloves on, so I think that we got a bonus to that roll. Does it show us? I don't think it does. All right, let's insert the production schedule.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
All right, let's do it.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good evening, Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Wait, this is a recording. We're not talking to somebody. Unless we are. Or it's sentient. Well, actually, this is my question. Are you a machine or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne. Now please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Okay, Yvonne, my partner tells me you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid. Okay, but where are you? How did you know where I am? All right. I'm going to share with her what Kim said. Because here's my concern. If I say, how do you know where I am? It's like giving away that I have no idea what she's talking about, so...
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
Okay, where are you then?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Well, let's ask her.
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now please tell me the reason for your call, Fortress Accident.
All right, what's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
Okay, I'm not going to say one. Like, that's clearly what it is. Thank you for the explanation. Yeah, I am going to say one. It's so clearly what we just put in.
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Shit.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved. You should ask her for a hint.
Why would that work? So one thing that we do know about her is that she does this to have conversations. I don't know. I'll ask her for a hint. This doesn't seem like a good idea.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Hey, man, I was just doing what suggestion suggested. I could say this is the police. I don't... Here's the thing, even if it was my birthday, for some reason, even though I don't work here, I don't know my birthday because I have amnesia. So, this is the police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder, Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to these filaments.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
The voice in the machine asks again. She sounds cold in the damp air. I'm going to ask if it's my birthday.
Still no.
Okay, then I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
So we might as well. We've now like strike one of question mark in terms of like failing the password link. So let's just ask, why did you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information you can share about the company?
One moment.
You hear her flip through a catalog before she reads out with studious care.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
This interactive call-in radio game. Well, my conceptualization is pretty impressed, so it's so conceptual. And what is it?
Any other questions?
You hear her ask while the connection following... Oh, the static drowned out her response, so we don't know what the interactive call-in radio game was. Okay, I definitely don't want to guess at the password anymore, because I don't have any guesses. That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
The old lady's voice disappears along with the static.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
All right, let's try print, but I suspect that we need the password to get it to print.
Nothing happens.
Right. Okay, so we're going to leave the production schedule in there for now. Oh, wait, Kim has something to say.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
I don't think it was an exercise attempt. Looks like an undercover counterintelligence program. No, it's just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making? Right. Right. Everything about this says that it's just a game they were making with the Welkins and the heat death of the universe and everything else, so it's just a failed business. Unless an undercover counterintelligence program. Did we see anything there that would make that accurate? If it was a counterintelligence program, why would it have gone out of business? Those things have funding in the billions of dollars, unless it was part of the revolution that was put down back in the 50s. So they didn't run out of money. They ran out of, like, people. Like, the whole Welkin thing could be a dummy cover. Because here's the thing. If this was a video game company, what the hell is this? Where we're, like, calling up some lady and she's, like, giving us the password to the production schedule. That's not how video games are made. At least, I don't think they are. It looks like an undercover counterintelligence program.
No, that's not it.
Shit.
I think...
The lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his hands.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it. Make it work on radio computers.
This whole plan is weird as shit, Kim.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Okay. How were they planning to do this?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
The reason I thought this was like a counterintelligence program is that that's so... Okay. They're trying to coordinate a game across vast distances. What about things like time zones? Sorry, I just didn't think that this made very much sense as a game, but maybe that's why they went out of business. Has anyone done anything like this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West. among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interisolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
And it was a role-playing game?
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
See, I thought that all the illustrations were like a cover job, but then again, they did put in the line about like they worked so hard on those. I guess I shouldn't have assumed that they were just establishing it for the cover operation. What do you think happened to the company? Well, I know what happened to the company. Their idea is nutso. It would have been the most expensive thing in the world, and it doesn't sound very plausible.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
The lieutenant tilts his head thinking. So now we get to say, they were insane if they thought they could do this, which is what I'm thinking. It was just a play to cheat money out of their investors' pockets. No way. No. They didn't work that hard on all those drawings if it was just a scheme. The curse got them. I don't like that. The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it. What? The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it. Cold and lonely. That's weird. Do we have any money? Let's give them more money so they can finish it and make it. I have $11. So I'm going to say they were insane if they thought they could do this. Because, yeah, remember there was an observation a little bit ago that the less money they had, the bigger their scope creep was?
Yes, especially in here.
The lieutenant looks around the derelict room. The pipes howl and a rat crosses the floor in front of your feet.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Yeah, I definitely missed out on some experience by misidentifying the nature of the operation. So, okay, thank you, autosave. I need a password. And remember this had 3 slogans written on it?
Your flashlight slides over and some of the writing has faded with age. The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans. Call in, tune out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe. The full text reads, Heat Death of the Universe is the new black. Another note says, the biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
So it really seems like the password is going to be one of these. Call in, tune out, Wirral Untethered, or Heat Death of the Universe. That's what I would think anyway. Except I read that before I talked to the lady, and I didn't have any of those as an option.
Tiles on the cube are still... The speaker comes to life.
Good evening, Fortress. Please repeat. Good. Please repeat the password.
Okay. See, that's why I saved it. I really wanted to see if one of those would be an option, and none of them are.
Received.
Don't worry.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
That's all.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are...
Okay, so those are not the passwords, or at least they're not... Our character doesn't recognize that they could be passwords, so therefore we don't have the dialogue option. So, we can go downstairs, or we can go up and knock on the shutter. I still don't like knock on the shutter, so let's go downstairs. Oh. Sorry, that's the back speaking. Alright. Oh, look at this bear. This is like a Papalotko bear. Is this a refrigerator? He's got a big door in his belly. Well, I'm gonna go look at this first. $2 and... Oh, some magnesium. Alright, so I can pop up my... my morale if I need to, but then again, we've had some dialogue successes that have sometimes increased morale. The wall collapsed. It's inaccessible now. Alright, so here appears to be the doorway to the big furnace. An ice cream maker defrosted and unplugged. The flashlight casts a strange shadow. There's a hidden doorway here. Okay. That's neat. I'll go through the hidden doorway in a minute. Let's take a look down here. A frozen ice cream maker that's still running. Okay, so somebody likes ice cream. 70 cents and some Nosafed.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads off into the darkness, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Don't rip the red one out. You'll awaken the ghosts.
Well, I'm not unplugging anything yet. I'm gonna save that. We're on the lookout for a password for sure. Are these stairs? They sure look like they are. Oh, whoops. Insane mesh tank top +1 drama. What's my current shirt? So we get +1 conceptualization, but -1 suggestion. If I put on this mesh tank top, I get drama. And no negative to suggestion. What's my conceptualization at? Oh, it's only 5. I get a lot out of conceptualization. What's my drama at? Where even is drama? I don't even see it. Logic, rhetoric, drama. Drama's at 4. So I get to trade out some conceptualization for some drama, but I also get back a point of suggestion. Yeah, let's do that. All right. I'm going to put on this mesh tank top. This is how a detective dresses. Mesh tank top, crazy tie, which I can sometimes talk to. All right, so I definitely want to check out the hidden... Ooh, we got some cash down here. A cellar window, people's feet shuffling by on the street. All right. So we're picking up more things that I can do, but I want to tread carefully until I know what does what. There's something back here.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
I'm going to shine a light on the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Sure.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Ooh. See, again, so we're sure that this wasn't like a counterintelligence operation with rusty rifles hidden inside the walls.
Are these any good?
Let's inspect them.
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
My only option is to take it.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
The lieutenant notes with approval. His eyes are gleaming. All right. Well, let's continue on with the rifle.
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
Maybe we can shoot that guy and he'll let us talk to the union leader, although I don't know why I would do that. So we just got a welcome to the chat room notification, which might mean the chat had disconnected. If I have not been commenting to things that Mia said after yay case, that would be why. Sorry, anybody, if we missed out on some chat.
He likes this find.
Interesting. I would not expect him to be excited about a firearm location. So where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
All right. 2 rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. And someone has stuck some busted guns underneath the ceiling. I'd already gone ahead and canceled our friendship, auspicious angel, after you ignored all my pleas for attention. Oh no! I've been canceled again. Sorry, that's a Sorry, I saw, just to explain that thought process real quick, I was in somebody else's stream and they were making all sorts of weird comments about cancel culture, and it's this bizarre grumbling point that, like, I don't want to get into it right now. Cancel culture, it's a weird, scary bugaboo that certain elements of American society seem disproportionately concerned about, as opposed to, you know, actual problems or maybe the reason why people sometimes get quote-unquote canceled. But I'm no arbiter of truth on that. I'm just gonna move on. And hello to Psycho. Oh, wait, Psycho's been here. Sorry. Intercom wires running into the breaker box. So, is that the red wire, do we think? The intercom. So, I'm sort of making a list of things that we can do. We can go knock on the... Okay, here's the... Yeah, we didn't even, like, take a look at this bear yet.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
I don't think so. What is this thing? It looks like a giant ice bear.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door.
I'm betting that this is where the other wire goes. Let's crack open the door.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
I don't think that Kim is liable to shoot off unnecessarily. Let's look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Let's take the note.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Let's examine one of the wrappers.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
Oh, hello to Club! Some people are just obsessed with that stuff. We need more optimism in the world, and... Oh my gosh! Oh, Club has resubscribed. Club, thank you so much. Sorry, we are in the midst of a mystery. Let me just scroll back here, make sure there's nothing else that I didn't miss. Shiv does suggest that I cut the white wire. I think that's a reference to Mia's playthrough of Mists of Aden, in which she reliably did the opposite of what the tutorial man told her to. No, the frigging bot is down again. Oh, why? That's irritating. Club, thank you so much for the resubscription. Oh, and Club, I was curious. I didn't want to distract too much from, I think it was Mia's stream, but what was it that Jade May didn't like about that Raid game? It was like Raid Shadows Divided or whatever it was called. I'm just curious. Oh, that's right. You did say it was it that it was broken, or she just didn't care for it? I don't want to make you repeat it. I was just curious.
The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Everybody should check out Jade_May. She's a very fun streamer who mostly focuses on RuneScape, which is a neat older game. What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place? Also, guy who I am, you should also be asking why there's a generator that's also plugging or powering an ice cream maker, because we did see that elsewhere in this room.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
The lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers. He studies it in the light. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore?
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice.
Dude, I think that marketing choice is awesome. Look at this thing. I would buy ice cream out of this thing's tummy.
What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
Okay, so the red cable does come to the bear.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Do we really think that they accidentally left this bear fridge on? That just seems a little weird to me.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice.
Okay. Oh, what did I get? Oh, that's right, we got a note. So we got the rifle and... Okay, the map. I didn't know that I could interact with this.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Cypar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North.
I think we might be tracing back where our house is.
Finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
Okay, so no, I was wrong. Also, she just really did not like the game, was the answer to that. Also, Club is maybe something happening this Saturday. That will be very neat. And Club, is that at your channel, which would be Club JE_BE, or is that over at Jade May? Either way, let us know. So we're going to read the handwritten note from the fridge.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
The lieutenant leans closer to read the crumpled note over your shoulder.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Read the note.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
All right, money on illiterate ginger kid being Kuno. I had to hide it someplace safe. The off-site copy is still here.
You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully Soif.
I'm in memory with the off-site copy and the frozen ice cream maker, which is right over here, I believe. Who wrote the note?
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
So another question, if I'd come down here without looking at all that stuff upstairs, would he still call it Radio Game Company? Or is he actually like acknowledging the information that we've uncovered? Because that's awesome. Maybe they had to leave in a hurry.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
Also, yeah, talk to me about filament memory.
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
The illiterate ginger kid is Kuno.
Really? You don't have a single guess?
It's Kuno. By the way, the lieutenant looks at you, the corner of his mouth curves into a smug grin.
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Okay, do you have any idea where the frozen ice cream maker could be? It's literally right there.
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
A note from the fridge said that, by the way. Oh, nice! Club is going to be playing Shadow of the Colossus on Saturday. Club, normally I would urge Mia not to watch that so that she could play it for herself, but it is a console-only game, so unless Mia, like, miraculously comes up with a PlayStation and a copy of that game, boy, but she could. Oh, Club emulated it. Interesting. I'll be very interested to see how that goes, because if it goes well, we might have Mia play that, because that would be super cool. Okay, let's put the note away. Okay, I'm going to save that. Let's go see if we have a filament thing in here. Filament memory.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Okay, I assume if we turn the ice cream crank, it's going to damage the filament thing that's in there. Also, I'll try to crack open the lid, but I think that we have to unplug it because it's frozen shut. You know what? The way this game works, I bet we have to unplug it and then wait a day. That's what I bet we have to do.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here.
Or a pry bar.
If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Okay. So before we do that, you know what I bet? I think that we have a chance to do this physically, and then if we fail, then we have the option to unplug it. But do I have anything? Yep, physical instrument. I'm going to put this on. And also the gloves are good for interfacing, so I'm going to hope that that's what I need. And I think the only other thing is to put the pry bar in my hand. So we need an interactive item? No, a tool. All right, pry bar in the other hand. All right, and I'm going to save it, but I don't really intend... I reserve the right to reload one of these checks at least someday. Maybe all of them someday, but for now...
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine.
Fuck.
It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Okay, so I'm not going to do this. In fact, I'm just going to probably injure myself. I've only got a 3% chance. The pry bar is not strong enough. I do get a better grip with gloves. There's no point in trying this. And the ice cream crank is only going to destroy what's inside, I assume. So let's unplug it. And this one has the black wire running to it.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. But something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
But I'm doing it to unfreeze the lock, obviously. It's black. He's not going to like this. He's not going to like any of these. I'm disappointed that the reason that I did it... I guess probably I had to try it first. I'd like try it and fail it. It had a 3... Okay. 1 is stupid, 2 is stupid... 3 is untrue, but at least it's not... It makes me seem stupid? I don't know.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has 1 cable missing. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Yeah, I bet we have to come back tomorrow. But, I mean, we could try it. Oh, look, the machine is unplugged, which gives us a +2, which is literally no help because we're still at the 3%. I need a much stronger pry bar, is what I'm learning here. So, should I try it and fail? This is why I laid down the quick save before I tried it, because if I lose a point of health here, I'm not going to be too happy about it. Let's give it a shot.
The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge.
What is this?
You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your very eyes.
See, if I break this pry bar, I'm going to be very unhappy about it.
That's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open.
Okay, where do we get one?
I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or the ice will melt off.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
I am irritated that now I can never try again, apparently. All right, we're gonna... See, the thing is, I do not intend to put any points into... What's it called? So, just for clarity, we do have... You know what? Let's go take a look at the furnace, since that's, at least theoretically, what we came here to look at in the first place.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Let's look inside it. It's so obviously a furnace. Look inside the furnace.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs, the echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing?
The lieutenant asks when he sees you climb halfway inside the furnace. I think I can hear some people talking upstairs.
Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs.
He looks up at the ceiling. I can smear my hands with coal. Why would I want to do that? Just get black, sooty hands? What's the point? The voices I heard, maybe it's the malignant entity. Pleasant says it lives in the chimney. Yell hello into the furnace. That doesn't seem like a very good idea, even though I have a good percentage chance to succeed. Let's ask him about the furnace.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
He opens the door and gingerly peeks inside.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Have I not? I'm concerned that I didn't say hello to Ricardinho. Hello to Ricardinho if I missed it. The thing is, like, why would we want to yell into it? I do have an extra point in physical instrument. Fuck it. Let's just do it.
You muster all your strength and yell. Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce little more than a dry croak. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
Smear your hands with coal. I feel like let's kick it with my foot for some reason.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Oh, shit. Do I need to clear? Am I gonna die? Okay. So, that was very stupid. Apparently I almost died. I used a health charge. Now I'm not dying. I really do need to, like, I don't know why I kicked it with my foot. It seemed like a stupid thing to do, and the game punished me for being stupid. But on other occasions, I've done stupid things, and the game has rewarded me. So, you know, who knows? Also, I can smear my hands with coal. I don't know why I would do that. Why would I want to do that? I'll tell you what, if I need to leave a black handprint someplace, I'll remember where to come. Oh, hey, I gained an extra point of physical instrument. Let's yell at the furnace again.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
You hear a woman's voice answer.
you've awakened the entity.
This is the police. Who's there? I summon the ghost of this doomed commercial area. Answer me, spirit. Hello, are you there? Speak to me. Obviously, I think number 3.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Hey, we did something. I guess they're not hiding here. Also, the bot is working again, so that is awesome. Who did we try to shout out before? Mia, and we'll just make sure that we do get them a shout out now. Okay, so hold on, because that's cool. I just said I've done stupid things and got punished, and done stupid things and got rewarded. Here we got both. I got punished for kicking it with my foot, but then it unlocked the ability to retry the yell because I'm so pissed off at my own stupidity, and that time it succeeded. This game is cool as shit. I really, really like it. I am not going to smear my hands with coal. I just don't know why I would do that. Wait, is there any possibility that if I smear my hands with coal, I'll get a better grip on the pry bar and be able to open up that thing? Like you know how a gymnast will, like, put chalk on their hands? Let's do it.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient.
Also, that's very toxic.
You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
Do I? Sure. Smear your cheeks. Wait, this feels uncomfortable. No. No, I don't want to do that.
Yes, how grown up. The furnace agrees. The lieutenant seems relieved as well.
I always forget to take into account how Kim is going to take this. Okay, so that's enough furnacing for now. So I can put on what the game terms war paint. I don't feel like that's a good look, so we're going to avoid that for now. Now, I can go back upstairs to the security shutter, but there is an unexplored staircase over here. I think at this point, I think I'm calling it. I think that we are in for a full playthrough. Oh, and this is this door. Okay, I didn't realize that this door opened. Maybe I, like, got access to it. All right, let's go upstairs to the security channel. Security door. Safety shutters. Oh, do I want to unplug the bear fridge? There's nothing inside of it. Yeah, you know what? There's nothing inside of it. If I get electrocuted on this, I'm sorry.
Only the red cable is plugged into the breaker box. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
I figure if they want to make more ice cream, which it doesn't seem like they've been doing since that thing is frozen shut. But before I go, I'm just going to look in here.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer.
Okay. I bet I don't have to put physical instrument there. I think I just need a stronger tool. Further, I think that when we get in there, we're going to be able to find the password for the radio. The game is taunting me about my insufficient pry bar. All right, so where did we... That's right, it was over here, I think. That we can go upstairs. Yep. All right, it's open. Hello.
Hello, I'm Nia.
A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius.
She taps on her headphones.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching. Nice.
Thank you, Visual Calculus. So, what do you mean by Milius? You must have confused me with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window, which is true. Why are you asking me about dice? Okay, let's ask her about the Milius.
Yes, a Milius is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
She pats the headphones on the table.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
It is true, I have not knocked on her window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
I like role-playing games and I need some dice. I'm not really sure why I'm here, honestly. I was working for something else. Answers. I'm not interested in buying dice right now. I'm a police officer and I need to ask some questions. Well, if she makes some dice, I don't mean to be too mercenary about it, but if she makes dice, they might be worth some money. Or I might have to pay her money to get the dice. I do like role-playing games, but that's me, not my character. I think my character is just like booze. I kind of want the dice. Yeah, I don't think it's going to hurt to ask for the dice.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual.
I cannot afford that.
Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
The walls around her are covered with rows of precious stones and minerals.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shelves like stalagmites. This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
Cool. All right. How did you become a dice maker? I'd like to order I cannot afford to order a dice from her. What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags? Where are we anyway? What is this place? Let's start with that.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal-black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
The lieutenant looks around the spacious room, its ceiling fading into the shadows above. I've heard this place is cursed. Let's work our way up to the curse. Maybe we can have some friendly conversation for a while. How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Do you like the games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Do you know what happened to the other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
She adjusts the yellow scarf that covers her hair.
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Well, first and foremost, we could ask about the taxidermied bear. I found a strange machine. Let's start with the strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes as some remnant of a memory lights up her face.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean liberal? What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway as if she can still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains on a cigarette break.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look impressive. They must have been on a gigantic ego trip. I'm not sure that believing in what they were doing is the same as on an ego trip. Like, their plan did not seem to be a good one, but I feel like that was more mismanagement and a failure to recognize. I guess maybe that's a gigantic ego trip. Yeah, we'll say that so here's the thing. She liked them. I'm going to say that the project did look quite impressive because I think that she liked them and she doesn't want to, hear about her old friends being like morons.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time.
The project looked great. You're right. They should have just tried harder. They had everything they needed to succeed. Sure. There's some games where they cared a lot about it. They put a lot of work into that artwork. Yeah, I guess if they had just... Like, she knows a lot more about this than I did. She said that they weren't showing up to work and actually, like, doing it. They were just talking about it. So, number 3.
Still, not everyone is going to make it. That's the nature of the game.
She tosses a pair of dice on the table. One of them stops near the edge of the metallic desk.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
Okay, let's ask about the terrifying taxidermied bear.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees like a stand-up comedian ready to tell a story.
The place was owned by 2 guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
All right, let's hear them.
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
She leans back, disapproving.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritta does the same thing.
I don't know. I like the Freet woman. She seemed pretty cool. I liked how she did her best to answer questions that were none of my business, and also she didn't know the answers. She works in Freet as the cashier. She's not... I don't know. She seemed exactly as friendly as she should be, based on the fact that she's got some guy that looks like this harassing her about how many drugs she's holding on to. What did they expect? 20 cents per hour is dogs pay? An award-winning idea. How do you choose? No. I don't have an opinion on employing teens. I just want to know, did it work out for the business? Obviously, it didn't. Why does my character have dialogue options that just make him a big dunce? I know a girl just like that, we'll say.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revachol ICT. And they already had the bear.
She closes her eyes as if remembering something painful. What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs into her temples like trying to suppress a headache. So it didn't work out.
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
So she didn't like the bear. I'm going to tell her that I killed the bear because I unplugged it.
You did what?
She rolls her swivel chair an inch closer to you, unsure whether she heard you right. I murdered it with my old and bared hands. I laid it to rest. It's my trophy now. I don't like how weirdly poetic that is. I unplugged the fridge to help Revachol Ice City cut their losses.
Ah, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the berry's costing them money.
Hey, I think we got a point. Hold on a second. Lady, hold on. Yes, I have a point. So... So I'm going to start working up the things. I've put some points into perception down here. That's enough points into perception. I like empathy that I already have a point in. What is volition again? Hold yourself together, keep your morale up. You think maybe I should exit out of here and see what I want to white roll on again. Yeah, I'm going to save this for just a minute. Okay.
The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Megatherion. That's an awesome name for a bear refrigerator. Also, it just occurred to me that I can check my journal right now. So, if I wanted to white roll on something again, visual calculus, encyclopedia, visual calculus, logic, encyclopedia, conceptualization, empathy, pain, reaction speed. Okay, so I've got 2 visual calculuses, and I would like to do those. Footprints in the dust, where even was that? Wait, I don't even know where footprints in the dust was. I don't know where to go if I wanted to do this. I think I'm going to add a point to visual calculus. Yeah, because I failed an easy and a medium on that, and I want to be good at it. Okay, visual calculus. Do it. Level up. Accept changes. Locked in.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast.
I really do like that name. What's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
I like Novelty Dice Maker. I want to know her name.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
I don't want to talk to my necktie in front of the nice dice lady, so I do not have a comment on drugs.
Understandable. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
She seems almost sad finishing the story.
Anything else?
Let's
Another
ask...
failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
Let's ask what happened to the gym, because we went through there as well.
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Who is Artemitep?
A kind man, from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Thank God for the voice acting, because I would never have come up with Zemsk for how to pronounce that word. Also, Mia is saying Megatherion is her spirit beast. Maybe that's what Kuno needs, a community-centric boxing club? The thing is, he was here when they were here, I think. Let's say that, though. Kuno.
Kuno? Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know. You really don't want to know. You know something? I hate that kid. Little ginger gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies.
Oh, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
She looks out the window, her face reflecting back in the dark.
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
Also, it's after 2100, so I'll be able to sleep. And that's why I'm not, worried about my bars. I just need to not get dead. How did that community project work out?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
What an idiotic rumor. I love it.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
That was a medium roll, by the way. Logic, you really had to exercise your logic to figure out that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
Okay, I don't remember if we went through the hair salon, the broken windows, stuffed animals. I did see mounts lying around, creepy mannequins, rotor blades. Let's ask about the rotor blades and skis. And I'm also wondering if she knows anything about the guns that we found.
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
She rests her chin on her hand with an impish smile.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
And what do they say? Oh, why hasn't the wealthy man with all the company money been arrested? I wonder.
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Her smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you. Also, I have a breakthrough. I think. So... Speed gives +1 psi. I don't know what that... Okay, I am a sorry piece of shit. Breakthrough imminent. How do I break through? Wait, how do I... Oh, is this solution? Do I click here? Okay, I might need to be out of conversation, but I've been taking -1 authority to flagellate myself as a cut monk because I'm the sorry detective. So we'll I'm sure figure that out after we finish talking to Novelty Dice Maker.
Men like that are a curse.
The lieutenant is stern.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
They were just the props. Why return them?
Is props a pun on the fact that they were rotor blades? All right, let's start working down in list. Yeah, there used to be a hair salon here, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
What's wrong with a bit of experimenting? The customers should have been more open-minded. I would never let anyone androgynous touch my hair, not even if my life... Okay, we're not saying that. Yeah, what's wrong with a bit of experimentation?
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
She tucks a strand of hair under the headscarf. Honestly, I just cannot envision caring about somebody else's hairstyle. Like, again, unless you are romantically involved with someone and for some reason that's important, and even then, that's between the two of you. Don't go passing judgments on other people's fashion choices. Who cares? Let them, live the way that they're happy. What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milieux. Who would have guessed?
What's a snuff milieu?
Well, based on what she told us, a milieu is basically like, almost like a party line, like an internet chat room, except it's on the radio. So I have to assume that it would be somebody getting murdered.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
I will ask about the milieu. Also, Mia is taking notes to find herself a methamphetamine-filled punching bag. Yes, so this is the origin story on why Mia now goes around with a knife, slashing open all the punching bags she can find, and trying to figure out if whatever comes out the other side is going to kill her or going to kill her while very happy.
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-Roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Then she lets the thought go. Did someone here make stuffed animals, and were they filled with amphetamines?
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
Well, at least somebody was full of amphetamines.
Anything else?
I found some creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Insect rights activists?
Mm-hmm. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
Making clothes out of beetle wings is a terrible idea. Again, I have effectively no opinion on this. I'm glad that someone took care of the little guys. I like insects. Sure, why not? Here's the thing. I don't want to see dogs or cats or horses or sheep or goats or whales or dolphins being mistreated. So at what point on the sort of the animal kingdom spectrum do you get to stop caring about animals being mistreated or suffering just for sort of human entertainment like fashion? And since I don't know where exactly I feel like drawing that line, let's go with like extracting chitin from beetle wings is not cool. I don't know. Like, I kill insects all the time. It's one of the only reasons that I'm kept around the house. But that doesn't mean that I think that they should be bred as livestock for somebody's fashion design. I don't know. That seems a little bit gross, so I like insects.
Really? Anyway.
She looks at the windowsill where a dead fly is lying on its back, legs curled up into a bow tie.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
I kind of doubt that empathy, but we'll find out. I found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me.
She rubs her forehead. Her scarf has left a faint line on her dusky skin.
I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
So we can use that logical to ask her that. East Delta Pinball. Well, let's ask her about the doorbell with the empty name card.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
Okay, let's ask about East Delta Pinball. I do want to ask about Whirling in Rags and the corpse, obviously, but we're sort of like getting to know her.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Okay, do we think that floriography and trick-track are actual things or fictional things in this world? Because I honestly have no idea.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
All right. A strange things happened when I tried calling a company named Slipstream SCA. Someone answered.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years.
She looks like she doesn't really believe you.
Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore.
She said she was from Tricentennial Electrics.
Tricentennial Electrics?
There's a moment before she recognizes the name.
It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
Okay. It was something else, something eerie. Some sort of rare electrical anomaly. She doesn't seem particularly prone to, like, flights of fancy, so I'm not sure how I feel about telling her that it's something eerie. It may have been some sort of rare electrical anomaly. But the company hasn't existed for 100 years, so I'm going to narrow my eyes.
Pranks can be eerie.
She looks as if she's still convinced it's nothing to be worried about.
Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
I feel like I'm missing something here. Floriography, or the language of flowers, is the art of flower symbolism. It's a cryptic way of communication through flowers. Floriography became very popular in Victorian England and in the United States during the 19th century, but actually dates back further than the Victorian era. I just called that to mind from nothing. The Wizard of Oz just gave me a brain, and that's what came out. It's really astonishing. Thank you so much, Wiz. I was wondering about the Whirling in Rags. Is it part of the same building complex?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Okay, it's not cursed, Inland Empire. Come on. I have a few more questions about the building.
Sure, I'm listening.
Okay, so I already asked everything about the intercom. Let me just ask, but...
I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work.
Right.
But sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
Okay.
What else?
I'm not going to order a die from her. I actually really want one, but I'm not going to do that. I can ask her about the lynching or the curse. We really, really want to ask her about the curse. But I also want to ask her about the murder. I'm going to ask her about the curse first. I'm worried about that if I spook her with questions about the dead body. Okay, I heard this place was cursed. Did you know that people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Mia, it was Trick Track, exactly the way that you spelled it, but one word. T-R-I-K, T-R-A-K, I believe. Pleasance was the one that sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies. Everything she said is that it was just a series of badly managed businesses. She had a perfectly rational explanation for everything that happened here. She's already given it to us. Pleasance is the one that sent me.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There are hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going. That's true. The curse is just biding its time. I don't know why the bookstore hasn't gone bankrupt. That's what I'm here to investigate. Is it? No, I'm going to say number 2. The bookstore isn't doing that well.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the Whirling in Rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
The Whirling isn't doing that well either. Its waitress just took off and the customers have trouble paying bills. The customers being me and me alone. But I'm not trying to convince her that there's a curse. I don't think that there is a curse. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to embrace the fact that it is not a curse. The Whirling doesn't really look like it's cursed.
And then there is me.
She sighs, looking at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives to carving files to wire cutters.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
So this is true. Pleasance thinks that she's the source of it, a malignant entity. I know that is not true. Competent and dedicated to your craft. The curse... It's not a curse, though. The curse will get to you. I'll be the first to admit there's been many inconsistencies in this so-called curse. Yep, that's the one.
I was just about to ask. What do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
She leans forward in her chair to study your face.
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
So Mia says that Trick Track is bringing up many images of backgammon. Does that sound right? Sure. Maybe it's like a familiar term or an idiom that means backgammon. Makes sense to me. Either that or it's like a backgammon company and has nothing to do with it. But, I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. Okay, it's not her. There is no curse, only business decisions and natural market fluctuations. No, it's number 2. There's no curse. Sorry, there's no curse.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring.
She pinches the root of her nose. Here's the thing. What kind of a detective are we if we listen to all this information that we just got and said at the end of it, it's clearly an extra plan or curse?
But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her. The bookstore closes starting 2100. You'll have to do that tomorrow.
Okay, well, we won't get to tell her about it today. What do you know? Wait, Shivers? Why hasn't her business failed? I don't have legendary Shivers, so we're not going to say that. What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
What do you mean by daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the whirling's backyard.
She stops to try and come up with an example.
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire. She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
That doesn't mean that she's lying. It just means that she's relieved to not have information.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Wait. Did we ever say anything about Sunday? Wait. Oh, last Sunday evening. Okay, yep, Kim said it. Okay. Do you often work on Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
For some reason, I assumed that she lived here. I don't know why I assumed that. There's no bed in here. At least I don't think... There might be a couch back here. And you never took your eyes off the work to look out the window?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
She's not wrong. That came up earlier in the description.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Thank you for your answers.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
That's it. I mean, maybe I'll come back someday to get a dice, but...
Rigorous self-critique. Here it is.
Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
I hope everybody's having a great evening. Yikes, that started off seeming like it was funny and then got super dark. Also, apparently, my name is Harry. That's new information that I got from my thought-complete, rigorous self-critique. Okay, so intelligence and physical, I think that is. Red check failures now heal 1 morale. Oh no, that must be psychic or whatever. Physical and, I don't know, red check failures heal 1 health. Learning cap for pain threshold is increased to 6. Yeah, I bet it is. Mia says, "Hiya, Harry, you creepy ass." Okay. And that's, wait, I do have something else. When did I get this? People think communism was some crazy idea that had its comeuppance 40 years ago, a fever that shook the world never to return again. They were right until he woke up today, a spiritual corpse responsive only to the call of Commodore Red, prostitutes, and Kraz Mazov. For him, communism is still a thing. He will single-handedly raise the commune of O2 from the oceanic trench where it has been resting, covered in ghosts and seaweed. He is the big communism builder. Come, witness his attempts to rebuild communism in the year 51. Okay? I would love to do this, but... Okay, so here's what has to happen. I need to start contemplating Mazovian socioeconomics. Well, no, I kind of want to do it now, don't I? I think so. Let's try to avoid doing anything that requires visual calculus for 3 hours and 10 minutes. Let's internalize. Oh, wait, I can't. Ooh, I can't do this. Unless I unlearn something else, and I don't know how this works yet. Also, what does this mean that speed gives +1 psychic? Does that mean speed as in the drug? Probably. I don't have enough skill points. Oh, I have to spend a skill point to forget one of these. Okay. Well, I don't get to do those then. Look at all these other... Look how many thoughts you can have. So, apparently, through research, unlock a new slot to research the thought. How do you unlock a new slot? Oh, I bet that takes a skill point. Okay. So, I have to now report back to Pleasance about my findings, but I cannot do that today. I have $14. Oh, wait, there's stuff here. Hundreds of polyhedral dice. Candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice, and I've already talked to her. Kim doesn't have anything to say, and the bookstore is closed. So that's everything. That's everything that we can do in this building. We learned a lot. I'm going to take this pry bar out of my hand so I don't get mistaken for somebody who still holds women prisoner. I don't have any new leads on the thing. I'll tell you what, let's search in the basement very quickly. I want to find out if... I cannot imagine that it has, but let's just see if any of that ice is melted off, because we had a very long conversation with her. We actually talked with her for a couple hours, I think. All right, let's just look at it. Because this is our exit anyway. This leads back out to the place.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid. But if you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Oh, right. Okay, let me put the pry bar in my hand. I don't think this is going to work, but...
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank ice cream.
Okay, no, we still need a better pry bar. I'm gonna put the flashlight away now too, although I really like it. Chain cutters. Yeah, I haven't run into anything that's chained shut that I've seen. All right. So hold on a second. I don't need physical instrument clothing anymore. Let's switch back to conceptualization clothes, or drama clothes. I can go either way. Let me put on the drama shirt for a while. Kuno's still out here, the little shit. Oh, I think the footprints. I think I can actually look at these now. Because remember I put an extra point into visual calculus?
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
All right, 72%. Let's do it.
Maybe more than 12. No. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud.
8 pairs. Wow, look at all the little cards that are down there. Let's go over them one by one.
1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46?
Can we examine that closer and find out?
You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them.
Let's count some more.
5. Another standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. 6. An aberration. Light as air. Even pace. Same make of boot, but number 41.
Any idea male or female?
Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped.
Hey, I'm pretty good at this.
You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it, and the tracks burn in the middle of it, in a strange, beautiful way.
Let's keep counting.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms.
So let's remember the really, really big, like the super muscular guy that's serving as a bodyguard up there. This feels like it's... Our suspicion has been that this has something to do with the labor dispute, and that guy is huge.
8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
How many?
The lieutenant has been tracking your eye's movements. 8. I do not know why we would keep this information from Kim. 8.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20.
The same guys were going back and forth.
I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
Light step number 41 shoe, heavy one, 200 kilograms. One sole is smoother. So here's the thing. There's a number 41 shoe. So what, we have to examine every single shoe size in the entire city. Or a heavy one for somebody who's heavy. I mean, that person could be heavy set or they could be extremely muscular. Who knows? The aberration, one sole is smoother than the other. That's a giveaway. Somebody who's wearing 2 shoes that appear to be identical, except that if we take a look, one would be smoother on the side. And also, why would it be that way? Is there a job that causes you to pivot on one shoe but not the other?
Interesting. Let's name it the old sole.
Do you have any ideas, Lieutenant?
Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
Why is a drummer stupid? He regrets it. Why would he do that? So one of the people that we're looking for is a drummer. Wait, I'm not going to say that his idea is stupid. Like, hey, brainstorm with me, buddy. Just nod.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking for a group of dock workers.
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Well, good, because here's the thing. Like, you know how they say there's no stupid questions? Like, when you're just sort of, like, thinking out loud, it's not a stupid theory. Like, okay, it's not a drummer. We go on. We don't have to call him stupid.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
Interesting, because we did meet racist lorry driver earlier in the previous episode. Nod thoughtfully. I like that idea, though. I wasn't thinking the same thing, but let's go with that.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead. The machines are silent. The engines are all turned off.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
Yes, prudent.
Mm-hmm.
The information writes the information down in his notebook, then reverts the tracks in the mud. Okay, so we also know that somebody has a very small shoe.
A woman? Or a kid?
I don't think there's a way to be sure based on what we heard. Like, when it said that the gate was undeveloped, I think that's the way they did. It could be a kid, or it could be a woman with a limp or anything else. Like, I don't know. So I don't think that there's a way to be sure. Let's not jump to conclusions.
Understood. Anything else?
Okay, and there's one person who was much heavier.
200? Could it be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Okay, well, see, I don't know kilograms, so one of them was carrying him over. Maybe it was a giant that, like, I was immediately thinking about that big, like, super big, like, guy, but no. Okay, one of them was carrying him over.
Possibly, yes.
The lieutenant marked something down in his notebook.
But why?
You're thinking, why did they have to carry him? Well, they were about to hang him, I would think.
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe there was a physically impressive strongman in their midst. Someone who wanted to impress their peers.
Like that big muscular guy. Also, let's at least throw out there, what if he didn't die by hanging? What if he was dead? They had to carry him over here, and then string him up to make it look like hanging for some reason. Or the victim was unconscious. But maybe the carrier wanted to impress their peers with a display of physical might. I mean, that's what suggestion just said.
You mean a display of athletic ability meant to belittle the victim? A local champion carrying the intruder alone? I can see it. Anyway, the others?
How old do you think the tracks are?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
Hello to Moo! Moo, I hope you're having a great, Thursday?
It is not impossible.
How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
All right, let's ask him. What do you think happened here?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy.
I don't think anything about this has been easy so far, Logic. Moo is saying, also, I said earlier today, whilst may be my favorite British English word that Americans never use. Yeah, as Mia says, it's a good word, and you are quite correct. I never use whilst. I feel like I would misuse it the way that, like, I've heard people explain like when you use whom instead of who, and I still usually don't, just because I feel like I will misuse it and also sound pretentious while being wrong. I think we have a firm understanding of what happened here.
The lieutenant's eyes narrow. He's thinking to himself. Doubt, perhaps, it would be unprofessional of him to be sure of himself at such an early stage of the investigation.
I agree that we should keep our minds open.
Either way. What else?
That's everything that I know of. All right. Now, I don't think that I can interact with the body.
There he still is, looking right through you with his...
Okay. So, again, the question remains, can I do anything with him tomorrow? Kuno's still whipping rocks at that dead body. Hours later, the whole day has gone by. Well, I'll tell you what. I want to examine people's shoes, and I do not know how much longer this traffic jam is going to last, so let's go talk to racist lorry driver.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
You could push him by asking him to show you the soles of his boots. He definitely looks like someone capable of a lynching.
Yeah, let me see.
Been admiring the stompers, Hunt? For sure, I can demonstrate them.
He lifts up to show you his left foot, then the right.
On the bottom of the man's boots, you see an intricate tangle of treads with no immediately discernible pattern.
What's up with the soles?
It's Revachol.
Why?
You'll see when the time comes, officer. True patriots carry Revachol in their very souls.
Technically, you're stomping on Rabachol every step you take.
Huh. I know you people don't understand poetry.
I guess I can ask him what he was hauling. This guy is racist and he super sucks. I don't like talking to him.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
What kind of cargo?
Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Actually, if I was this guy, I'd say it's none of your fucking business. You told me to go fuck off, and I'm not going to answer your questions, cop. Also, Moo is saying I'm nitpicky about who versus whom, and my kids actually use it correctly for the most part. They can't pick up their dirty clothes off the floor, but proper grammar? Why, that's a horse of a different color. I want that narrator to tell me bedtime stories. His voice is like melted butter. Yeah, he really does have a great voice. I'll tell you what, we'll just straight up. Sounds like a cover story to me.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges.
He loses his patience for explaining it.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, picked apples.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
You said something about the rights and privileges of lorrymen?
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges.
What's a carter?
Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches, before machines.
Okay, so I can ask if he was a garbage man, but here's the thing. That feels like I'm trying to get under his skin by implying that his great-grandfather or whatever, great-grandfather, was a garbage man, as though that's a detestable or frowned upon profession. Look, somebody's got to do it. I don't see any reason to shame. Like, this dude's racist. He's racist. I don't need to insult his great-grandfather, who I never knew, or imply that being a garbage man should be an insult. So I'm not going to say that, and that's a privilege question mark.
Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious.
So that's a kind of a union.
Hell no. It's a guild. Invitation only. Unions work for the rich fucks. They're basically the same. Been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit, but you can't replace experience. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck him right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice ain't no laughing matter.
All right, that's everything. Oh, wait, Kim has something to say.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
So, yeah, this has been on my mind for all 3 episodes. I have not paid the cafeteria manager for damages yet.
You should take care of that, then.
I don't have any money.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
All right. Well, see, I appreciate that because us sniping at each other. Look at the reflections, by the way. Look at this. Just, I really like the way that this game looks. Because the thing is, I don't think that's a graphic engine. I don't think we're getting ray tracing in this. Somebody drew this, and it wasn't like this earlier before the roadways were wet and it was dark out. Oh, look at the lights! And I feel like there's new people in here, but... yeah, there's definitely new people. Look at the lighting in here. This is awesome. Okay, F5. Moo wrote,
Good evening, Moo. You are feeling drowsy. Pull those warm, enveloping covers up around you and let my voice embrace you.
And then she melts into a puddle. That's a very, very bad impersonation of this man, by the way.
Can I help you?
About the money.
Yes. Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
He's not going to believe that I'm an honest cop. I've done nothing but lie to this man. I mean, I haven't, but my character has. It's cold out. I'll freeze to death because I'm losing the stupid money game. Come on, man, after everything I've been through. Kim is about to say something. Let him. You know something? I fucked this up. Kim, have at it.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However,
he adjusts his glasses.
I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking and...
He stops mid-sentence.
He shrinks back a bit under the lieutenant's severe gaze.
I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
I still have my key, you know?
Good luck trying to use it.
He taps his foot against a metal box installed in the back of the counter.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
Okay, I'm not going to threaten. You know what's not going to get this done? Threatening to break the door down. This conversation isn't going anywhere, is it?
Not until you bring me the money.
Come on.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
He turns to you with a heavy sigh.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
I would like it if I could at least offer to make like a partial... I don't know what's new in here. Okay, can I... There we go. All right, well, let's go out to his car. We are sort of like arcing towards the end of this episode, but I would love to do it after we are tucked in for the night.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage.
Let's check it out.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What do you mean you confiscated them? I mean, like, that's my top question, but I guess I'll ask first, what are they?
There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
I don't want to take his... Well, then again, he confiscated them. I want more information about this.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
I guess I'm surprised because, like, he took them... I don't want to accuse him, but this seems like civil forfeiture, where cops just sort of take stuff and say that you don't get to have it anymore because you're a criminal, and then they just have your stuff and you don't get it back.
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
Isn't that corruption?
I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
You said something about a pawn shop. I appreciate your help. Sorry, this is a lot to try to process all at once, because I wouldn't have expected this from Kim, and I don't feel really good about it. Like, I don't even know this dude, but... Okay. Did you want to put these spinners on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway, a cup with spinners. That would be outrageous.
I am going to say outrageously cool.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
It's only right that we sell them? Or should I just say nothing? I'm sorry that you have to... I'm not sorry that... I don't know how I feel about this. I'm sorry that you have to sell them because of me.
As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you.
Something about a pawn shop?
Yes, the Bird's Nest Roy, near the canal. We've been there. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
So, I have no other options. I have spent the last 3 episodes believing that I was going to die in the street. I'm going to take the spinners.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Here's the thing about the pawn shop. If I believe... So sorry, like, I know that in the real world, what I could do is... What's this? Coin-operated viewer has been banged up and is inoperable. Oh, there's... Wait. Where's the... I don't want to talk to this man. So it turns out I do not know where the... Hold on. The distant squall of seagulls. I don't know where the, apparently Moo enjoyed my impersonation of the narrator man. I've been to the pawn shop, and it turns out that I don't know where it is. I thought it was down there. Maybe it's down here? Wait. A sewer grate, a gateway to the... Oh, is that down here? Yes, it is. This is the pawn shop, isn't it? I think it is. Mia says Moo says you gotta cut off the melting pot. Alright, let's sell the items. Wow, $200 for radiant spinners. The magnificent hubcap spinners that Lieutenant Kitsuragi has donated to you so you can pay for your room at the Whirling. They're slate blue and shimmer haughtily in the light. I wonder what I could have done to avoid this.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I have something I'd like to
Yes,
sell.
we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
The lieutenant steps in and hands him the spinners.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesque banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
The lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you.
Kim takes the cash and turns to you.
Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest goes in his pocket.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners. The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling?
So, is there any reason for me not to be selling these things? Like, this is where I'd get into an actual question, like a real question. Because if these are... It's one of those things where if even one of these things would be good for, like necessary for a quest, then I'd hold on to everything. But if there's literally no point, if the pawn menu here exists to communicate to you, this is free for you to sell. Because, like, here's the thing. A ball used for playing shot put, blah, 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 blah. You feel like you should hold onto this and make good use out of it. To sell such a beautiful old school sports equipment would be a sin. Is that, like, warning me not to sell it? Like, or should I sell it for the 450? Or am I supposed to wonder about this? I don't know.
Another time, perhaps.
So, Caribou Stag is saying, do I want a simple answer? I think I do. I think I want, I guess my question is, if one of those descriptions doesn't indicate a clear and present value, or maybe I should open it up again. Wait. Let me do this. If I sell something, do I have the option to buy it back? Okay, Caribou Stag says postcards are safe to sell always. Cool. Okay, you know what? That's plenty of information. Caribou Stag, thank you very much. So the fact that postcards are always safe to sell implicitly means that other things are not always safe to sell. And that is exactly as much information as I want to have on it. So I really do appreciate it.
Let me have a look.
Okay, I'm going to sell the postcard. Wait, how do I... Okay. So do I double click on it? Or do I click up here? Okay, click here. Perfect. Okay. And we have one other postcard. Pawn. Okay, now, I want to sell this, but I don't need the money right now. The reason I want to sell this is that I cannot envision what purpose it would come from unless we encounter somebody who...
Another time, perhaps.
Other business to take care of now. No, okay. Somebody who cares about antique guns. So I will hold on to that for right now. That's one of the things about RPGs in general. No problem, glad I could help without backseating. Very much appreciated. Back to lurking, thanks for the warm hellos. Yeah, so that's something that happens in games like this that have an economy, where, I mean, more recent games have taken to straight up saying, this is your junk filter. Things that are in here are just junk. Sell them, don't worry about it. And I really like that as an innovation, because before that, you get situations like in Baldur's Gate 2, where you can spend the entire game selling all the rubies and emeralds and lapis lazulis, or however that's pronounced, and then when you get into like the expansion for Baldur's Gate 2, you then come to realize that those were all crafting materials that you could have been using the whole time. And it's like, well, shit, man, I wouldn't have sold them if I knew that. I never needed the money, right? I just wanted to have like clean inventory bags. So yeah, that was good advice, and we'll keep going. All right, the money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I actually do. You won't believe it.
Well.
Okay, you know what? This guy is a real hard ass, but he deserves to be. My character treated him and his establishment and his staff and his customers horribly. I am sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
I actually am not. I really am not.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow.
Oh, interesting. That's not what's written here. Takes out his keychain and fiddles with the mechanism behind the counter. It's handy. So 9 p.m. That's what that means.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Okay. I almost have enough for tomorrow.
I'll take a room here too.
Kim opens up his wallet.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
He takes the money and hands Kim the keyring.
Another thing.
Nope.
Great. Yes.
All right. So the only other thing, so here's where we're going to save it. And I think I'm probably just going to make a new save. I might wind up with a lot of different saves. Or am I? Should I just overwrite this? I'm just going to overwrite this one. I don't think we need to have a million saves on this. Do you really wish to reuse bits and replace the contents? Reuse bits? Like memory bits? Because that's sort of what I was thinking. You know something? Yeah, no, I'm just going to replace the save game. Yeah. Because at no point do I think I'm going to go back that far. The only other thing is, I do not know, like, is there a time period at which my character's going to pass out or whatever? So I would actually want to go to sleep as late as possible to get as much exploration and stuff done. And we saw some other people that we can go around and chat with, I feel like. So I want to go have those conversations now because they may not be available tomorrow morning. So I'm going to save it here. Let's just take a quick look. Oh, hold on. Here's Ricardio. I missed what was said. I'm just going to scroll back. Okay, yeah. Can, as Moo said, usually I'm thinking aloud, but at this point I was, full up for it. Hold on, what did Ricardio say? Oh, Moo was saying Angel needs a hug command, and then... Oh, the spinners for the Moo-mobile. That's what Ricardio was saying. You should defo gift it to your kids for your birthday. Let me just take a quick look here. Mia says, I think I can speak for all of us when I say we're glad you could help without backseating as well, Caribou Stag. Thank you. Yes, very much. And I like Caribou Stag and anybody else, if I missed any follows today, it's because the story today was especially engaging. This is it. This is where we are saying, I'm in this for the long haul. I really, I was hesitant to start numbering these as episodes or put them into a collection because I was thinking that I might have built the character incorrectly and I was going to wind up just getting a game over at some point. And I guess you can if you lose health, but so far this game has been so elastic and so willing to reward exploration and curiosity and to treat failures as new opportunities for storytelling. I think we're in this for the long haul. I think I'm gonna commit at this point to a full playthrough. So I would aim towards rejoining you guys here tomorrow and hopefully getting to toss over to twitch.tv/morethanamia when she comes online around 5:30 in the evening. So hopefully, and I can't commit because, I mean, who knows how life goes, but hopefully we'll see you guys here tomorrow because I am really, really enjoying this game. It is everything that people have said, which I've been very careful not to read what they've said, except that they like it. This game is cool beans. I'm very much enjoying it. Caribou Stag has been lurking since the first disco stream, so yeah, I would expect that we will be back tomorrow as well. Let's see, some more conversation about the car, and Mia says yay, Moo says double yay, and how's your back? Back is improving. So as I said at the beginning of the episode, I just sort of like twisted my back in some weird way and spent the last 3 or 4 days effectively not able to sit upright at the computer. So thank you everybody for all of the kind words. Thank you for your patience in coming back. And yeah, I was thinking this might be a little bit of a shorter stream, but no, so we'll see what happens when I go to stand up. That'll be off mic, so you won't be able to hear whether or not I yell. But no, this really was great, and I'd say that my back is rapidly improving. Gonna make sure that we are on light duty for the next couple of days, and then hopefully get back to regular exercises and regular streaming. But there was one other thing that came up in chat that I was looking at going by the topic of conversation. I've forgotten it now, so maybe tune in for the beginning of our next episode, because it was like Mia and Force and maybe Moo were all having a big conversation about something, and I wanted to circle back to it, and then we got involved investigating a curse, and I forgot all about it. So, and Caribou Stag says, hope you feel better very soon. Yeah, already on the mend. As we get older, we are slower to recover from injuries, but I have a feeling that in the next couple of days I'll be right as rain. So thank you very much. Anyway, let's find somebody fun to raid, and then we will call it for this episode. I probably should have been looking at this while I was talking about how much I've enjoyed this. So, you know who I don't get near enough opportunities to raid over to? JV McMaster, who's playing Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, I don't know if he is playing the single player or playing multiplayer. Either way, McMaster is a great guy, a great follow. He's actually been working on some game demos of his own, and is frequently sort of a co-host on the Quarter to Three Games podcast when they do their video games podcast. Very good friend of the stream, and we're very optimistic that we'll be able to play either some Project Winter or some Left 4 Dead 2 with him and his wife Sonky. So lots of fun stuff coming up. Yeah, Mia's also voting for McMaster in GTA 5. So let's go ahead and raid over there. On our way out, since I have the rare opportunity to be sitting at the computer, let's just scroll back. Smiley's Playhouse. Actually, I'm not sure when. Oh yeah, wait, many things happened. So Sar Zand followed. Okay, so many things happened. Riker Sweetbeard had followed, and I don't think that I called that out because that might even have been off stream. Then we have Sar Zand followed, probably around the beginning of the stream. He Who Dies rated over, and again, thank you very much to He Who. Halcyon Gecko followed. Smiley's Playhouse hosted us. Marquack cheered 500 bits. Again, thank you so much. Patikan rated over, and that's when we got a subscription from Riker's Sweet Beard. We got a follow from Fat Drunk Yoda. Club resubscribed for 14 months. You guys, again, thank you guys so much. As we say, and not often enough, the cheers and the subscription and the follows are very much appreciated, as is simply hanging out and lurking. Here we got some awesome advice from I'm hesitant to call out Caribou Stag too much more because it seemed like they really enjoyed lurking, so I want to respect that. But this is an example of a lurker leaning in to say, hey, you asked a question, I think I can help out. Super awesome. Thank you so much. We're raiding over to McMaster now. You guys, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night.